Yeah.
I want to make my own. I don't want to just be part of everyone
Yeah, I
else's.
don't.
I
I don't want to
mean,
be.
go for
I,
it.
Yeah, I don't want. I don't like being. I don't like being quantified into other people's like jam. Like,
I'm tired of being a
don't.
boomer.
wait, hold on. How old are? Wait,
I'm over 300 years old.
oh. So when you say boomer, you mean like the asteroid that killed the dinosaurs?
Yeah, that's the one.
Big butt of
I'm generation
I'm not a
80s.
baby boomer. I'm
I'm the big boom.
we
I'm
discovered
the dino
boomer.
boomer.
Yeah, we discovered
Dino
dynamite
boomer.
in my age.
So,
Okay.
So when mom and dad, Adam and Eve,
Hey, you can tell us really what happened. How did you survive the flood?
Yo, you surf it.
He had the appropriate hip waders on.
There you go.
There you go.
All right, so we are back. We're live once again for more Marvel superheroes, modern age heroes, with The Legacy. Does somebody want to give us a recap of last game? Who took the notes?
Apparently it was my turn.
Okay.
So we started out at the Dexamite base in Proxima Centauri.
Mm-hmm.
Basically, we closed up our business there. Hyperion left a message for Electrum in case he comes back, informing him that the Legacy is working on a cure for the corrupted and that we are based on Earth. Universe, the AI, gives us a proximity warning. On screen, a light year away, collapsing star is chasing a ship that's trying to evade him. So we contact him, and he disables the ship on a nearby planet and then comes to our base. So we chat with him about the base and what we've been doing here, since for all he knew, we were not space-bound. He has heard a rumor that Earth is allied with the Tavaxians, so we explained about that. He's going to have to report it to the council, which good luck. She showed us a map of the Galactic Union and kind of explained how some of the different politics work and the geography and stuff. He suggested that in order to sort of sweeten the sentiment towards Earth, we could exert some kind of influence or action to bring us to the attention of the council, probably in the corporate sector or the Free Systems Alliance. Maybe taking out a known galactic villain or finding some of the lost Duridian ships. Red Arsenal asked him if he could find his Alinar mother. We find out that among the Alinar, one of their greatest crimes is to mate outside their race. Such children are allowed to reach maturity and then are hunted. Those who survive can leave Alinar space and never return, which is a great prize. Nevertheless, he agrees to take Red Arsenal's DNA and see what he can find out. We finish packing up and head back to Earth. Then Hyperion asked Helios to connect us to Maelstrom Air Force Base. The base disavows any knowledge of our request, so we call the senator and then go back to the base. See, Hyperion and Lightbringer are going to work on stealth plates for Ixion's ship, but first, coffee. Also, since Hyperion can taste now, John gets pizza, Krispy Kreme, and KFC for him to experiment with. He takes a bite of pizza and starts getting annoying radio songs. So there may be some calibration needed. Helios patches us to the senator. He says he'll be our point of contact on the Tavaxian matter moving forward. there's no news to share as of yet. He'll loop us in within 48 hours. So we call Wraith and meet him on the roof of a grocery store near Fairside. Hyperion eats a drumstick, including the bone. And then at Smith's, we find out that there is a boat leaving tomorrow night for Senya carrying foodstuffs. He says that Dr. Rostenkowski is working on some secret project that's very grim. He says that we can use its transponder. Who's transponder?
The
The
ship.
boat.
Oh, the boat. Okay.
Yes,
We
got to
can
get a
use
bigger
the-
boat.
Okay. We can use the boat's transponder to track its progress and then join it when it's about time to arrive. The trip should be 18 or 19 days. Or we could try to approach directly. You can't teleport into the island. Also, we would want to pose as non-deviants. And then I think it was Red Arsenal thought about using Hyperion's conduit. We would just need to be in the Philippines to be in range. So we decided that's what we're going to do. Wraith will take a couple hours to lay some groundwork for our support. And then in the meantime, we need to come up with disguises to wear instead of our plain clothes or our legacy uniforms.
Bum, bum, bum.
Okay. Well, at that point, it's left up to you guys. What are you doing? What are you proceeding with? It is, at this point, the next day.
You know what? I think I have a City of Heroes costume that's perfect for this. Hold on. I haven't logged into Red Arsenal in ages.
Bum, bum, bum.
Let's see.
You mean like 2 weeks?
Yeah.
2 weeks.
Get ready.
So,
for a
did we
surprise.
decide what kind of disguises we wanted?
Uh,
Like tactical gear? Basically, we're overthrowing a government, so we can't be us and we can't be heroes.
We could take a page out of the Justice Legion's book and have similar uniforms, but we don't have that much time, likely, before Wraith will be ready for us. We might need to go with something simple. Either we could do something that covers our current uniforms and use that, but the con against that would be, of course, if any damage happens to the covering, then our uniforms would be seen underneath. It may be the case that if we try to be clandestine here, that we actually forego wearing our armors unless it's extremely necessary, and instead we wear something very vague and plain.
I got
I
my
can-
disguise on.
I can accommodate my
What?
own uniform. However,
I have an idea.
I would not be able to accommodate everyone's within my body, but I would be able to smuggle smaller items to a degree.
Why would you need to take our uniforms when our uniforms are in our rings?
Out of character, did we get the nanotechnology to do that?
Do what?
Yeah, I thought that
encapsulate
we
our-
were.
I didn't
They're in
think we
our
had.
they're in our quantum communicator
Yeah.
thing.
Yeah, it's a quantum space. It's not nanotech.
That was like
No.
that was like
that's
season
right.
2.
Oh my god.
Yeah, so
Brittany.
I got my Clint Clark
was so
glasses on, so
season
nobody
2.
will know who I am.
so then Red Arsenal comes out looking like that, like a commando in all black. How about this?
Did you put it in the Facebook?
It's in
or-
Facebook,
in
yeah.
Facebook. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
That could work fairly
I-
well.
I can do that, and I look just like you moments later.
Nice.
A robotic looking you.
Just ever so slightly pixelated. I'm a 12-bit version of you. Oh, maybe 16-bit.
There we go.
Yeah.
What if we wear like long black robes with like cross-shaped
You know
like
what?
masks?
Yes.
Sounds
let's do it.
familiar. I don't know where that's from though.
Let's
I don't
do
know.
it.
Is Ghostbusters out yet? Because I heard there's a line that's called "Don't cross the streams."
Oh,
Yeah, Ghostbusters was in the 80s, so yes.
Okay, yeah, man, I love that movie. I don't know why, but I just thought about that. Yeah,
Ghostbusters 2 is out by now too. So
Yeah.
Oh snap! With the pink goo.
maybe
we should.
maybe we could call ourselves the Order of.
Well, I think ultimately we don't like. I'm very new to this stuff, but like how common are all of your abilities? Like if anybody is, like Red Arsenal, you're going to be taking your bow with you. Are there a lot of bow themed kind of people that they would, is that a dead giveaway that it's us when we arrive?
I don't think they know me that well.
I think we better not chance it, but at the same time, we can't be demonstrating our powers because, remember, I mean,
Yeah.
deviants are
Oh,
second
yeah.
class.
I mean, I'm from
There,
there.
so-
I'm from
Right.
there, so yeah. No,
I don't need to. Yeah,
yeah. No, it's more of the like,
recognizability.
I think going incognito is the best thing to do. But I mean, if we have to get into a scrap and we start flexing abilities at all, is that going to be just a dead giveaway about who is on their island?
Once we're at that point, it likely won't matter. At the same time, Senia does have a media blackout, so it's not as if the rest of the world would know what's going on while we're doing what we're doing, at least not immediately. They may try to use the information to determine who we are if they have cameras set up. But again, if we're already in need of our powers, then the time for stealth would likely be at an end.
All right. That's a good point.
Do we know anything about the fashions there?
Pulsar would know.
Yeah. What's the fashion like? Would I know like what kind of? Well, I guess it would probably depend on what we're going to be masquerading as, right? Like
everyone wears JNCO jeans.
Let's
Yeah.
go.
Jinkos.
Jinko jeans.
Jinko jeans. You have a bedazzled jean jacket.
Well, it's next to the Philippines, right? So
I was
that
just
would-
thinking maybe I should like wear something that will obscure my hair because I feel like it's probably a little
noticeable.
yeah.
Yeah.
Well, So
So maybe
fashion
like a
wise,
hat
it's
or-
equivalent to the Philippines or Japan in the 90s.
very Western. It sounds like.
Westernish, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
So
can put a hijab on you.
Or simply wear a wig.
don't you have illusion powers? Could you like make your
Well,
hair
yeah,
not seem?
I could, but it's not. I mean, it's not like it's a light switch. I have to continually keep it in
Oh, you
place.
have to concentrate on it. Okay.
Yeah, it's a concentration thing.
So, like, I guess we're gonna need like practical effects, like wigs and costumes, and wardrobe and things.
Yeah. Joan, you want to go to a costume or wig shop so I can find something that I can wear over this?
Sure.
It
Anyone
might be
else?
prudent if you're able to simply obtain similar uniforms to what Red Arsenal's currently wearing. We can all wear approximately the same thing. That way it makes it easier for us to identify each other.
So a black ninja outfit. Got it.
Okay.
Yeah. I'll just get some just
Do you want us
clothes
to
that
bring some back for you?
Yeah, I don't know if they're gonna recognize me, but I'll at least kind of blend in face wise with everybody. Because I was just a kid when I left, but yeah, I think as long as I have clothing that looks kind of similar. I should hopefully not be too big of a problem. If I need to pulse up, then I can always make my suit look different. I can make it more stealthy in case I can make it just like pure black.
Excellent.
P.S. We haven't seen Pulsar's real face, have we?
No, I've shown you.
Have you?
Yeah. He's
Yeah.
taken off his helmet before.
I think I did in the first time I met you guys as like a kind of a show that like I
Okay.
trusted you with the
Okay.
with the recorder piece.
Okay.
Excellent. Then we'll await for your return. In the meantime, we'll see what we can do to prepare here at the Vane.
Jerome, is this the time to do a power stunt?
Yes.
Okay, I want to try to do a power stunt.
What are you going to try to do?
I'm going to attempt doing thermal control.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So you'll need to spend 100 karma.
Okay. I think I have.
If you haven't already tried it yet, you'll need to spend 100 karma, and you need a red result.
Okay, I'll spend it from my personal karma. Okay, for power stunt.
I also would like to roll my power stunt.
What do I roll for a power stunt?
It's
This is my first.
It's the power itself. So what's the power rank?
So I have to look up the book that you gave me.
Well, no, it's on your character sheet. What's the power rank
Oh.
that you're working off of? So thermal. So your thermal
Oh,
control is off of what? Plasma.
Would it be fire generation or fire control? I guess fire control.
Fire control.
Okay. All right. So I have a incredible. or
Incredible.
IN40.
So that's what you would roll it as in the chat, and you need
Okay.
a red result.
I got a white.
Okay. So shown strains and
It's Lightbringer's fault. She mentioned shopping.
sure.
Distracted her.
She sprains a pinky toe and fails her power stunt, unfortunately.
I don't think I did it right. How do I roll in this game again? It's my first day.
It's exclamation point
Oh.
roll, and then for incredible it'd just be capital I, capital N, kind of like what Shelly just did.
Is it /R or
Nope.
No.
No, that's for everything else. For this, it's the
Oh.
exclamation point. Look what Shelly did for her roll.
Oh, right.
For
Okay.
yours, you'd literally do the same thing.
Okay.
Okay,
Wow.
so
I got a one.
Hey,
so-
pinky toes are getting broken.
Yep. So you have so you get your 100 karma refunded, and you are unable to manipulate the thermal emissions and manipulate heat.
Okay.
While they're working on that, Hyperion's going to go into the not the training room, but the exercise room where we have that weight machine where we can change the weights.
Okay.
And he's going to see if he's trying out his new body to see what's like different. So he's going to first see if he can still maintain his current weight threshold of
Okay.
pushing at strength incredible.
All right.
Ooh,
So
let's go watch.
you are also rolling at Incredible.
Yep.
Go ahead and give that a roll.
Now, yellow feet.
Yellow feet for that.
Yellow feet. So you are pushing it, and keeping a slow but steady pace. It seems like everything is at peak operational functions. So nothing there appears to have been adversely affected.
Okay. Does it seem like I might be able to push it further, or does it look like this is at its maximum that I could push?
Currently, it feels like you are at your maximum.
Okay. Then I'll stop with that. And well, you know what? I'll try anyway. I'll just try to see if I can push it further to see if something happens.
Okay.
Oh,
Roll again. If you're going to push it further, you need a red result.
Okay.
Don't bust the gasket.
Push it. Push it real good.
Nice.
No, just a green.
Yeah. So, yeah, you're pushing it, and you're straining at this point. Again, you've hit that peak. You've pushed it directly up to 40 tons,
Okay.
but you haven't been able to break past that barrier.
Okay. All right. So then I go ahead and finish with that. And
Or wait a minute, not 40 tons. You have
it's
iron
like
40,
10 tons, I
tons,
think.
yes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. And yeah, then just make sure that everyone else is doing well in the base so far.
Okay, so you guys have gone shopping. I'm not going to worry about that too much. You come back with wigs. There is a message. Helios indicates that a message has been left letting you know that Wraith has clothing and everything set.
Oh,
So-
nice.
So when you are ready, he is ready.
Oh, so Wraith is going to hook us up with stuff. All right.
Excellent. Before we head out, team, there is one thing I would like to mention. Going up against a possible foe, which would be Dr. Rostenkowski, if she has turned to that side of the law, if she isn't being held against her will, then she would be a formidable opponent. There may even be a way for her to somehow manipulate me. It seems that the Senians do have an incredible amount of robotic technology. Therefore, if I, at any point in time, seem as if I am losing control of myself, or am attempting to attack any of you, I would suggest that first, Red Arsenal, you attempt to knock me unconscious with one of your arrows. And second, Lightbringer, that you then immediately try to disrupt any frequencies that are within the area to see if any hold over me would be broken. I don't know if this will happen, but it could be a possibility.
Understood.
Hopefully, her ability to mess with your noggin will be minimized because you just got a whole new set of parts, right?
That
Yeah,
is
who
true.
knows? Maybe she won't even recognize you.
It's possible. We'll have to see. Are we ready?
Yeah, let's go.
Excellent.
So we don't need the ninja outfits?
Go ahead and distribute
Just
them.
bring 'em.
Did you
It's-
did you
Because
just get?
Yeah, well, no, because Hyperion told them to get something similar
Hmm.
to what Red Arsenal's wearing. So yeah, they would have gotten some ninja type clothing,
Nice.
and then they come back and find out that Wraith has clothes for them.
Well, did you get actual like ninja outfits, or
Yes,
was it?
they actually went to the Asian World of Martial Arts and picked up
Let's go.
black
Yeah.
authentic ninja outfits.
Okay, I'm not.
They have ninja outfits.
Don't ask
Okay.
me why I
It's
was that
more
specific.
just like tactical, black tactical wear.
Yeah, see that's what I thought it was
Like,
going to
less
be. Was like
specifically ninja.
yeah, like black jackets and stuff, and not like a hood and shurikens and stuff. Like yeah,
See, I was going to allow
Like,
it. I mean,
We're,
No,
we're
no,
going
she
to
has.
Asia.
She,
I personally
That's where
dressed
ninjas
as a
come from.
ninja for Halloween when I was a kid.
yeah.
I had
She
That's
likes
where
camouflage
ninja
ninjas
outfit.
come
outfit.
from. They'll look right at home.
What do I have to roll to be offended by this? Because I'm from Senia.
From Ninja.
Well, no, because like if they're like, no, this is what they'll wear. They're
I was
bringing
sorry,
like
that was out of
cartoon ninja
character.
outfits. Oh, okay.
yeah, Sean would have bought a ninja outfit.
Sure, that's fine.
Roll your endurance.
Yeah. Yeah. roll to
So
endure
her and
this.
Lightbringer both would have ninja outfits.
Worked for
Lightbringer
me.
would have gone with more tactical.
Okay. However, it's not a big deal.
Right.
But when you meet up with Wraith at this point, you obviously have tactical clothing you can change into, which is fine. he just went out and got regular clothing that was appropriate for the area.
Okay.
So you've got like some just basic generic t-shirts. There's some generic ball caps if necessary. There's Edwin jeans, or Edwin as it's technically pronounced, even though it's an English word and it's Edwin spelled. Crazy Japanese. Edwin.
Some Merite and Francois Gerbeau jeans.
There's no, well, because Brad Pitt has been their spokesperson for a number of years, and he had a commercial at one point where a model was trying to tell him how to say the jean name, and he's just like Edwin, and she's like Edwin, Edwin, Edwin. So, but yeah, so you have some options if you're however you're going to do this. He lets you know that since you have since the boat really isn't even an option at this point, you don't need to worry about it. He has taken a moment to set up a location in the jungles of outside of Manila. In the Philippines, so that it would be roughly within range of getting you onto the island of Xenia, with however the portal works, as he puts it.
Okay. Excellent.
Hyperion, can I ask you a question?
Of course.
So you mentioned that if Dr. Rostenkowski if she is evil, she would be powerful. Like, I've never met her. Like, what are we looking at dealing with? Is she a telepath? Is she grow big? She punch lightning bolts? Like,
As far as I'm aware, she herself doesn't necessarily possess any actual superpowers. However, she is a multidisciplined scientific genius. She understands more about genetics, quantum mechanics, and other things than most human beings on this world. Therefore, the amount of time that she's had and the resources she's had access to, it's possible that perhaps she has used something on herself to either provide herself with an edge or possesses technology that would protect her. Therefore, it's difficult to say what we would actually be facing, but it would likely be technological in nature.
okay. Oh, I just thought of something else I should try later on is doing like for a power stunt. I'm going to write it down. Jerome, would it be possible for me to generate an EMP?
No.
No? Oh,
No.
dang.
That would require you to have electricity.
Oh, well, because I figured like if I'm like cosmic energy, because like if the sun can generate like a solar flare that like can knock out
Right.
like technology stuff.
Yeah, we
But-
ran into this question with another player at one point who had plasma, basically. No.
Mhm.
You
Okay.
you need electricity control and or generation.
Okay.
Would that be something potentially that I could do with my nanotech?
With it, no. You need electricity or control or generation. Now, potential interface with something with your nanotech, that's a possibility. Like quickly develop, because you can manipulate your own body, turn yourself into a plug of some kind. You're like, look, guys, I'm USB.
Mm.
I could go smaller than that. I could be micro USB.
USB, yep.
In the mid 90s. What?
What would we plug you into?
Not a thing.
It matters not. I'd still be a micro USB.
So at this point, since you guys have met up, we'll say, on the rooftop of Smith's again, the abandoned Smith building. So then at this point, you guys are going to teleport and go to, well, if you don't exactly know where it's at, but Shone, is Shone going to teleport everybody to this remote location?
I thought we were gonna take the ship
But then where would we leave it?
in the jungle.
Well, but I think if we take any sort of thing like that, we run the risk of being picked up on radar.
Correct.
Oh,
The only option that we would have is if I left my ship underwater.
Didn't we?
I mean, you could do that.
Didn't our shields? Did we put the shields on? They were supposed to be radar proof, weren't they?
I'm not sure we had the time to actually create like those
Right.
Okay,
radar panels.
just the plans. Okay.
Yep. So, or you could take the ship, since it's obviously rated for the vacuum of space. Putting it underwater would be no problem.
Considering it came from my home world,
Correct.
also.
Shone, do you feel capable of getting us to the Philippines from here, or would you rather we take the ship as close as we can get it first?
I'm still working on my teleport sense. And since I haven't been to the Philippines, and that is quite a distance, I don't know if I trust myself enough.
Then let's not leave
If we-
anything to chance.
If we were
I think
the-
it would be easier to take the ship.
If we were to drop everyone but you and I off, Shion, and then we could effectively stow the ship beneath, underwater, and with you having seen where everyone was at, you could teleport you and I to them.
Yes.
And then that way, in the event that something happened and we needed to teleport into the ship, you already know where it is at.
That is a good plan. I like
Excellent.
that one.
Well then, it seems that we have our gear. We have a plan of entry. Wraith, will you be coming with us or traveling on your own?
No, I'll be coming with.
Excellent.
I just need a moment to call my people, let them know, and give them a rough estimate of a time, for a time frame.
Excellent. Then we're ready when you are.
Okay. So he takes a moment to, phone something in. It sounds kind of cryptic, when he, from a payphone. He's obviously keeping in mind that the phones are probably tapped, there or whatnot. So
The eagle has finished its laundry.
Yeah.
The eagle has finished its laundry.
Yeah.
Is Wraith
But
also
where?
at this point, is Wraith also wearing like the same outfits as we are?
no, he is not.
Okay.
He is still wearing his uniform.
Okay. 'Cause it occurred to me, I don't know what this guy looks like.
That's right.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
So with that, and with just, I'm not going to make you guys roll. Just get to the meat and potatoes of the actual adventure. It's a flight. It doesn't take quite as long as it should because the ship is rated for space and it can go quite fast. So I think within Earth's atmosphere, it's like at least Mach 2, probably more, something like that. It's robust.
Nice.
It's PDQ.
So, so you fly out to the relative destination. You've been given coordinates to go to within the Philippines. And yeah, it's a remote, it's off in the jungles somewhere. But don't think dense like how they film Vietnam and whatnot, where everything is just like, it's like thick canopies and swampy, marsh or whatever have you. You end up bringing the vessel in to an area that has a little bit of a clearing, some high grass, but a little bit of a clearing. You guys get everybody gets dropped off with the exception of Xenofreeze and Shone, who then go to park it off the coast a little ways to keep it underwater. This particular area, because it's not far from water, looks like it may have been a little fishing hut at one point in time. There's nothing electronic on the inside, but it still works for shelter purposes and whatnot.
All right. So then, are we? We're all like at this location now. We've all been
Mhm.
teleported and all that. Okay.
Yeah, everybody at this point has, between the landing and then parking the vessel and teleporting over. Now that you guys have gotten a good look at it, everybody is here in, at near this little fishing shack. The shack itself probably sits about 50 yards off of the beach,
Okay.
so it's still kind of obscured as well. Derek, mute yourself. Oh, wait a minute. No, you have muted. Who the heck is scratching?
Oh, it's me. Sorry.
Okay. Can't take you anywhere. So at this point, you guys start bringing in your whatever clothing you have and just putting it in the shack so it's not within plain view. From here, of course, you can actually open up your gateway if you would like. And that way it's not, again, out in the open and potentially noticeable if anybody happens to be wandering to the jungle. And gives you access. So what he ends up doing as he's kind of standing there and waiting, he still has his uniform on, but it looks like he's putting on some plain clothes over it.
Okay.
And he gives you some coordinates. He says the resistance movement have located a small home that you should be able to port into. This should probably be or open up this gateway thing into. This should probably be the more discreet option, unless you're attempting to get directly into the complex, which I don't know if that would set off any alarms. This is technology I'm unfamiliar with, and I haven't had a reliable update on their military forces in a while.
Understandable. We are mainly relying on you and the Cinean Underground's information, so we'll take the more conservative approach for now and head to the small home first.
Okay. So then at that point, you see he grabs just a simple ball cap, which he has kind of short hair but a little wild on top, so it kind of covers up most everything, and he ends up pulling his mask down. And it's Donovan Alexander McLaren.
Of course. Yeah. Known that for a long time.
I knew it. I knew it. I knew it.
I don't know who that is, but tell me how handsome he is, Jerome.
He's probably a 10 out of 10 on the ab scale.
Okay.
Wow.
Oh boy.
Okay. Have I met this guy before?
You've drawn him.
Well, no, I know I've drawn Wraith, but like Donovan, specifically Donovan Alexander McLaren. Like
no,
okay,
no, you've never met him, and in fact, since you grew up in Senia, they would not have released any information about about him.
Okay, yeah, it's because that's what I was like unsure if like have I met this guy? I'm new to this stuff, but like has he been like, oh, he's our publicist, or
No.
he's the dude who he's like blank man.
Gotcha. No, you have no idea who this homie is.
Okay, but he's good looking. Okay.
Yes.
Does he look at us like he knows that we'll recognize him?
Yeah, well, I mean, he doesn't make a big deal of it, but he gives everybody a side glance, but just doesn't, acknowledge the fact that you would probably know who he is.
I'll play it cool.
Yes,
I'll play it cool.
Sean's chin on the ground.
Like a cartoon.
Yes.
So
I have to check my drawing. How many abs does this guy have?
I could actually do the jaw on the ground thing. I'm not going to, but I could.
Carmen's gonna play cool, but she's gonna kind of go up to him and be like, "Hey, I just wanted to thank you for watching Sledge's back he told me that you helped him get his apartment and stuff, and I appreciate that.
He just kind of nods, but not a problem. I had a picture that I used for him. If I can find it, I'll throw it up. Of his regular self.
So
If I can
then
find it, I'll
when
throw it up
when he's changing into his outfits and stuff, Hyperion makes sure that everyone else, and including himself, change into their similar like clothing to match what he's kind of going for.
Okay. You can see that he's not bringing any extra black clothing or whatnot. He's just planning on going as himself. Clearly, because his family has got stakes in this, and he doesn't really care if they see him in his costume.
Be wearing a shirt that says, "I went to Senia and all I got was this stupid T-shirt."
And all I got was sent to the mines for having superpowers.
Facts.
I love that T-shirt. We should make that T-shirt.
That was the T-shirt I was wearing when I escaped from this place.
I'm writing it down.
Okay, well, I guess I don't have it here. I'll look for it later. So, you construct your portal at this point, go into the, everybody steps into the portal in your plain clothes sort of look. And it goes into this rickety old looking house. And at one point in time, it probably was a nice house. But it's a little dirty, beat up looking walls. There's a little bit of wear and tear. That look where it has like some plaster that's, missing, and you see a little bit of the exposed wood or whatnot. It's got kind of that look on the inside. But not like former crack home where somebody has gone in and tried to rip out wiring, that sort of thing.
Gotcha.
So there is some beat up furniture in here. The interesting thing too is it looks like the furniture has a 1950s aesthetic to it. So it was probably new when it was bought and just never updated. So it also has quite a bit of wear and tear, despite being fairly sturdy. There are two people waiting there. One is an individual with black hair, younger looking, probably somewhere between 18 to 20. Very healthy and robust looking, strong chin sort of look. And then the other individual is a woman, probably in her 70s, looking like a Jane Seymour sort of look. So classy, still really good looking, but showing her age sort of thing. She's just dressed in like a casual shirt and pants, as opposed to like maybe a dress or whatnot. He is in what appears to be kind of like a just basically a jumpsuit with work boots. And as he, as Wraith steps through, and of course he sees those two here, he says, everybody, I would like to introduce you to two members of the Resistance. He says, this is Patricia Patrios, better known as Pat Patriot from World War II.
A pleasure.
And he says, this young man here is, actually, I need to get his name. One sec. His name is Jonathan Battle. And he says he is the great-grandson to the original Captain Battle.
Pleasure as well. So, where do we go from here?
So, Patricia takes over at that point, and she says, well, the patrols have been pretty extensive today. We're not entirely sure why. Something, she says something got the government spooked. We think it may have been, threats of a protest or something. So that obviously was a storm we weren't prepared for. It was not something that we had anything to do with. It may have just been blowover from the people itself. Otherwise, this section of town has been pretty quiet, which means they're probably watching it the closest. You're going to want to be as careful as possible. Try not to mingle too much. Keep to yourselves. She says, we have what we believe to be a way into the facility. It's a back door of sorts, literally. So again, we don't know how reliable the information is. We are going to have to trust in the individual we paid to allow us in, but that just means that could be heightened risk. So you're going to want to stay on your toes the whole way. This particular back entrance gives us access to the let me get this pulled up. This gives us the this actually gives us access to the loading and storage areas for the Office of Genetic Integrity, which the target in question is actually at. We have an 85%. We believe at about 85% assurance that her office is here, and she kind of shows a bit of a map. Or I should say not office, but laboratory, which she spends most of her time in.
Jerome, it's genetics and what?
Office of Genetic Integrity.
Integrity. Okay, thank you.
Then I take it our target is Dr. Rostenkowski.
Well, that's what we were led to believe. From what I mean, at that point, Wraith is like, "No, we're here for the whole kit and caboodle. I'm not. I didn't come along just for the doctor. That would be nice, but I would like to drive a stake into the heart of this particular government." And she's like, "All right, well." She says the Office of Genetic Integrity sits just adjacent from Purity Command.
That's what they call themselves?
You kind of broke up there. What was that?
That's what they call themselves?
That she says that's the highest civilian department. Yes.
Wait, what was that name again?
Purity Command.
Purity Command. Okay.
This reeks of the remnants. Interesting. Well, it seems that we could do approximately both, but it depends on what we want to accomplish first, heading to the Genetic Integrity Office or Purity Command.
Yeah, how do you guys want to do this? We didn't really nail down a plan besides getting here.
Yeah. So at that point, the other two kind of chuckle nervously and kind of look at Wraith.
We were depending on intel from the ground forces in order to formulate that kind of plan.
She says, "All right, well," she says, "we do have some that we can provide." She says, "Purity Command is is quite literally the heartbeat of most of the government forces here. It is the highest civilian department. It oversees all civil and commercial interactions. And if we are able to if we are able to strike at the heart and take out their commanders or their command force, I should say, that will throw most of the country into a massive disarray.
That
Do you-
that could make it easier for us to get the doctor.
Yeah, if we don't know how the doctor is going to react to us popping in, I think cutting the head off the snake at the very least will make her more likely to go our way, as opposed to, falling in line with them if they're still up and moving. Do we know how many for in the Purity Command? How many members are there? Is it like a council of a few, or is it like a battalion of people?
No, Wraith shakes his head at that one. He says, "No, it's a triumvirate, led by one, but flanked by essentially two others with almost equal authority."
And they're not deviant.
They are not. At that point, Patricia
Helpful,
said.
at least.
At that point, Patricia said, "They are that whole section is flanked by Phalanx Guard, as well as the new she says the new Obliterator class units." And Wraith kind of looks at her odd. She says, "They've upgraded quite a bit since you were last here." She says they many of their non-powered military utilize power armor.
So these Phalanx Guards and Obliterator class units are different types of power armor with different capabilities.
Correct. She says the Phalanx Guard they tend to operate as a defensive model used in riot control and infantry support, with shielded components for close quarter combat. She says the Obliterator class is the newest unit. We don't know a whole lot about them, but we did get pictures, and they appear to be perhaps some sort of heavy assault armor.
What
Are
are
they
the
centrally
other?
the
Sorry, what?
Phalanx Guards?
It's called the Phalanx Guards.
Yeah.
Phalanx, Phalanx.
PH what?
ALANX.
NX Guards. Thank you very
Are
much.
they centrally controlled? Is there some way that we could shut them down from a specific location?
No, they're not autonomous. They have pilots.
Ooh.
Okay. Do you know if they could be disabled?
She says, to the best of our knowledge, most of the units seem to be shielded against electromagnetic pulses. We don't know enough about them to determine if there's a weakness. It would require extended combat against them, and so far, that's never been successful.
Okay, so maybe avoidance is the best policy for now. What about some kind of a jailbreak, like disabling slave collars or something like that? Do you have a sample slave collar? We pulled a jailbreak in the USSR not too far back, so maybe that's something we can repeat here.
So she says that's a possibility. You would need to actually get into the where is it at?
That's not in the same place as the
You would,
offices.
correct. You would actually need to get into the main Human Defense Authority building. And she's kind of drawing this out on the dirt that's on the table, not so that way it can be just wiped clean. But she's kind of giving you a rough layout of what that looks like. The Human Defense Authority is actually on the other side of the city. The city name is, and I'll put this in the chat. Oh, you know what? Back up. Aha. Is Iwasaki.
Iwasaki?
Yep.
That's the capital city.
There you go.
Can I have the spell? Thank you. You knew I was going to ask.
Well, I already said I was going to put that in there.
So,
She says that's a possibility, but difficult because it's located far away from the other buildings.
okay, so Wraith, this was a secondary step after toppling the government. You were going to focus on that first,
Correct.
instead of having the slaves help us out.
Correct.
Okay. So you think just getting rid of the triumvirate is going to be the most efficient way to evoke?
It's the way to start it.
Okay.
It's very dog eat dog with these individuals as they try to work their way to the top. It's not a meritocracy.
Then wiping out their power structure will cause enough chaos for us to take advantage of that.
That's the hope. If you're going to get a hold of this doctor, then we need to do something that's going to essentially punch them in the eye first. But
makes
that
sense.
means, but in doing that, it means it tips our hand and lets them know somebody's here.
I would still like to get a hold of one of their slave collars, just in the event that one of us runs afoul, so we could get out of it.
I think that's possible.
Do we have a way into the building where the two offices the Purity Command is? Do we have a way of getting inside?
For the Purity Command, while it is the building adjacent to the Office of Genetic Integrity, you have to have the highest clearance in order to get in. That's part of the problem.
I see. So
what
we're
are the
going to
clearance-
use. Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay. Well, I was going to say we can get in through the Department of Genetic Integrity, grab Rostenkowski, move towards the Office of Purity, cut the head off of the snake, and then move to
use her to get through the security clearance.
Yep, and then move down south to the where the slave collars are controlled. I forgot the name of the building.
What are
The Human Defense Authority.
Human Defense.
What are the security measures? I mean, are they biometric? Are they just
None of us have
electric locks?
none of us have been in there. We have to assume that it is genetically coded.
I'm just curious. I don't have a frame of reference for the level of technology here, so.
Oh, it's advanced.
If Dr. Rostenkowski has been helping them for years,
That's a good
we
point.
can presume the technology's advanced, quite possibly approaching, if not at, New Prussia's level.
Okay.
Ooh, that's scary to
Wonder-
think about.
I wonder if New Prussia would have some kind of a gadget that could get us through some of this.
Yeah, right. Yeah, at that point, Wraith is like, no offense, but we needed to think of that before we got here.
I don't think Grandpa would want to risk it.
I do like Red Arsenal's idea. It would actually be an efficient means of accomplishing what we need. If we are able to actually access the Office of Genetic Integrity, then we can find her and either rescue or capture her, and at least then have her as access to Purity Command. Since they're right next door, it would be effectively 2 birds, 1 stone.
I could distract her with an illusion of Electrum. Do you think that would throw her off guard?
It
I
may,
guess-
but I'm not quite sure.
I wish I knew what appearance he used when he was working with her.
He looked like this, and he goes ahead and generates what Dr. Logan McCluskey looked like and creates a
Oh.
photonic copy of him.
Well, that's very convenient.
Wow.
Well, I do have a question though. Is like, what energy are we going to go into this meeting with her? Because if we immediately start showing her like illusions and lies and stuff, that's going to make her, I think, less likely to trust us because we're opening up with falsehoods. But my next question is, do we have a way of, if she does prove to not be a helpful factor in this, do we have a way of, is there any way for us to I'm just wondering what we're going to do with her, like, assuming that we're not going to be using her handprint to kind of go through doors and stuff. Like, where do we keep her while we go and destroy the Purity Command?
We can bind her and then use a conduit to head directly back to the safe house and leave her there so that she's out of the way and won't have easy access back to where we are in the city. That's of course, if she works against us. She is human. It is likely that we'd be able to render her unconscious, or at least be able to get her to do what we wish, unless she has prepared herself accordingly. It's difficult to say. I only knew her for a few hours, honestly.
Okay. Well, how do we get into the Office of Genetic Integrity then? Do we have a way in?
Yeah, that was the beginning part of the whole discussion.
The back.
Oh,
door.
sorry. Oh, that must have been when I had to step away real quick. Okay. Yeah, let's do it. Let's liberate a whole nation, guys.
So Wraith at that point is kind of side chattering with Patricia, and he says, "So I'm going to take another route, and I'm going to try and get at this triumvirate myself."
You think you can go at them directly on your own, or are you going to take someone with?
I have some cards up my sleeve.
All
But
right.
I don't like how long it could potentially take if you're taking your doctor to try and deal with them.
I see.
Do you have a way of contacting us in case things don't go well for you?
Does anyone have a spare communicator?
Would we happen to have a spare?
I can give him mine, and then we could just talk telepathically.
Correct.
Oh, using the crown.
Yeah, let's take a minute to set that up.
Excellent idea.
Do we want to add these guys to our network?
Oh,
You should be able to.
If they don't, if they want to be a part of it.
They said it would be the safest way to communicate.
Okay.
Excellent.
I'm gonna go ahead, just roll telepathy, right?
Roll your psyche. Your
Roll
telepathy
psyche.
is your range.
Oh, right. Oh, I should open Discord.
Someone has a
Uh,
train passing by.
I should open
Oh, yeah,
a
that's
character sheet.
Chug, chug,
Yeah. Oh, we can sneak on the back of the train.
That's how we're gonna do it. Okay, we got it.
Yeah, the train's on my side. I'll mute.
Super.
We'll jump on the train.
Come and ride the train and ride it.
Wow.
Yellow.
It's the right time frame.
I haven't heard that in forever. That took me back. You took me back.
that was mid 90s.
Yeah.
It's like 94, 95, something like that.
Have you rolled?
Yeah, I got a yellow.
Okay. Yeah, keep in mind, I'm not always looking at that, so when you get your rolls,
No,
just shout it out and let me know.
I did twice. That's okay. Maybe I was a robot.
Yeah, I didn't hear you when you said anything. That's why I was waiting. So, okay. Alrighty. So, you make connection with everybody. Obviously, they have the same kind of disorientation at first.
So I'll say testing.
Getting adjusted, but then everybody is connected to the same Crown network.
Welcome to the Crown.
Is this is different than our individual communicators, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, it's
It's
all
a
telepathic.
mental. Yeah, it's a mental network like Cynet.
Oh, okay.
It just operates through Brittany and her brain.
Oh, okay.
Who's Brittany?
Good question.
The
Right.
player of Lightbringer.
Oh, right.
Her
Yeah.
big, beautiful brains.
So all of Legacy, with the exception of Hyperion, subvocally, I say to the team, I say, it is with great resilience that I communicate this only to the rest of the team, with the exception of Hyperion, only for the simple fact that if he ends up becoming corrupted, I do not want him to know of this potential. In the event that I have the opportunity, I can try to insert some of my nanotech into the computers to sabotage them. However, I don't know if that will be a possibility.
We will cross that bridge when we get there.
But I did want you to know that if we come to that point, that is something that I have thought through and will attempt.
That'd be good to have like on a back burner. We need a word. Lightbringer, think of a word that you can say to Ixion that will let him know to do it. That way we don't have to take the time to actually say, Ixion, do it. And that way Hyperion would not know
Safe
what
word.
he's doing.
Think small.
Bugs.
Bugs? Okay. So if she says bugs, Ixion, then you know
I better
to
put that
attempt
down.
it.
Very well. And
Okay.
Yeah.
So at that point,
Out of character. Sorry, brother.
Oh, yeah.
so with that, Patricia tells everybody to lay low here. They are going to work on trying to get a collar from somebody. And they will be back. If they're unable to get one, go time is tonight.
Understood.
Okay.
She gives a specific time frame, but at dark.
9:08
Are they
p.m.
going to come with us, or are we on our own?
No, they're on. You guys are on your own.
Okay. So we just kick back and wait.
Yeah, turn on the TV, I guess, if you want.
Perception. Paranoia. I'm gonna look out the window.
Those are great comments. Not something you can roll with. Are you trying to
Yes.
like look?
Yes, I'm
I'd like
trying
to
to look
roll
out.
for
That's-
paranoia.
So
Yeah,
that's,
I like to roll for paranoia.
that's intuition.
Oh,
All right.
actually, I would like to roll for precognition, maybe.
Ooh.
Okay.
Is that something that I can roll, or is it just happen?
No, you would roll.
Let me double check here.
You just don't need to do it as a power
Intuition is
stunt.
Excellent.
Okay.
Green feet. Did they betray us yet?
That's a great question. And you look out the window and you don't see anything that indicates that you've been betrayed.
All right.
I got a green.
Okay. 1 second. Mm-hmm.
Time's up.
Go ahead and role play. I have to type this up.
Okay. Well, once
Wait,
we
did
obtain that
did
collar,
McLaren leave?
No,
or
he's
is he still
waiting.
with
Hmm
us? Okay.
I'm gonna kind of
So-
go find a
ahead,
corner,
yeah.
just kind of sit down and just kind of think.
Okay.
I'm gonna go find a broom.
And
Sweep.
okay. When he's nervous, he cleans. That's not terrible.
Uncommon in younger brothers. Actually, how old is Red Arsenal?
He has the age equal to 20 and 1.
Okay, all right, cool. So I am older than you.
Yep. I am the baby.
Okay.
Brittany, what
How old am
was the power called again?
What power?
The one that you're
Precognition.
using.
Oh,
Cognition.
precognition. Do you want me to spell that? Or you got it? I am apparently 26.
Oh, you're a year older than me.
So
I'm
I think
old.
I think it goes Ixion, Hyperion, Carmen, Shone, then
Sean looks
oh, that's right.
18, but she is quite older
That's
than
right.
that.
Yeah,
Time
aren't you?
passes differently where she's from.
That's true.
Yeah.
You might be the oldest sister.
Yeah. How old are you in God years? Because aren't you like a deity?
Mm-hmm. She'd be a couple 100 years old.
Yeah, time passes differently where she's from.
Okay, so Shone.
But she looks 18.
So
Yeah.
she's from
Kinda
Las
act-
Vegas.
and she acts 18.
So she's from Las Vegas. Okay.
And
So Shone,
It-
Ixion, Hyperion, Carmen.
well,
I forgot George's name.
Pulsar.
we had
No,
established
your
that
real name.
Oh,
George.
Isagami.
George.
it's a guy. Yes.
Isagani. Yeah.
Ixion is 595 years old.
Oh, now you. All right, you know what? You two are twins. So it's Ixion and Shone as twins, then Hyperion, then
But that's in
Carmen.
Solanthe years.
I mean, we gotta hold on. Let's check him for a manufacture date. We'll figure out.
Yeah.
How old he is. I was gonna say check his birth certificate, but I think manufacture date might be more appropriate.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think.
Yeah, for their father, it's only been 18 years since he was in her reality.
So you can share that whenever you want, Brittany. Let you roleplay that
Okay,
if you would like.
Oh, I gotta write all
so
that
as we're just kind of hanging out, I'm gonna kind of like hold my head and kind of like blank out a little bit.
Does she always do that?
She may be focusing on something. She has been developing her psychic powers as of late.
I think she's there. I'm seeing. I guess you could call it a vision. It's not very clear, but I see presumably the doctor being confused and pulling a gun and firing at somebody. So we should probably assume that she's armed. And I see explosions and burning buildings. And then she looks to Wraith. I'm guessing that's you.
I was about to say my bad.
He says, "What exactly is me being shot at?"
The cause of the burning buildings.
Okay.
I don't know.
I'll take it if that's what it means.
We'll
there's not a whole lot I can do. There's going to be a lot of broken eggs in this particular basket, but it's a issue that's worth fighting for.
Yeah, a lot of these eggs are rotten, so let's get them out of here.
Okay, so yeah, we'll see what happens.
Okay, so they eventually do come back, and they come back with a collar.
Oh, good. I'll sit down with Hyperion and look it over.
Yeah.
Okay. Lightbringer, roll your reason then.
Should I use my big brain?
That's up to you. I will let you make that choice.
I'll use my regular brain first.
Okay.
And see what we can get from that.
I'm gonna regular brain it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yellow.
Nice. Okay, so you already understand parts of the premise to the collars because you guys have worked on these before. This is far more advanced, however. Obviously, these are built in with timers as well. So clearly, it is for the workforce. So they have like a set amount of time they can work. It turns them on, turns them off. As far as their powers are concerned. So they can do whatever it is they need to do. It does have an emergency override listed in it, which does have the exploding feature in it, which would obviously immediately kill the individual in question. It also has a branding method so that even if the collar is taken off, everyone will know that you were, you essentially belong to Senia.
How about the communications on it? Like, how is it controlled?
It is through a radio frequency. So, if the radio frequency has been, blocked for some reason, obviously it would prevent certain transmissions from getting in or out. But as you look it over, you can tell that it can host that information when the communication was lost, and when communication is regained, it will send that to the to command. So it's pretty efficient.
I wonder if there's a way to override the timer to just be continuously on, like to stop it from counting down?
You can, of course, you guys, like I said, you're smart enough to work on that, but you also have the additional feature that it would communicate that to command,
Right.
which would flag them that there was a problem immediately.
Okay. Do I see any other way to disable it?
Short of coming up with your own, which you guys don't really have a good way of doing, but you could still attempt to rummage some parts and MacGyver it, coming up with your own add-on to the device. But that would be, you'd have to go to each.
Yeah, that's a
You know,
one per customer.
Yeah, exactly.
Do you have any read on this, Hyperion?
So it does send and receive radio frequencies as a transceiver. I wonder how it's activated and deactivated, if it's via a specific coded frequency that would deactivate and release the collar. Is there any way that we can figure that out regarding the collar?
Oh yeah, I mean, just looking at it, you would know that most of them are. I mean, they work automated, but obviously, whoever operates in command can turn them on or off at will as well.
Okay. Does it look like there's any decent way of removing a collar without activating the explosive?
No. Once these have been fastened, it is almost impossible to remove them without something like that happening. So you would have to find a way to deactivate the collars before something like that could be removed.
Okay.
Given the fact that it's branding, it's actually kind of, the device itself is burnt into the person's flesh.
And so it seems that it would have to cut. So a frequency from the Human Defense Authority would have to be sent, or would that be from
Correct.
Purity Command? Oh,
No,
okay.
no, anybody, you don't know the internal structure, but anybody who essentially has the authority to operate on that level would be able to send that command. So, I mean, it could be Human Defense Authority, it could be Purity Command. Who knows? It would make sense that they had multiple layers of not authority. I don't want to reuse that term, but authorization to manipulate the collars as needed, and it wouldn't go to just one.
Okay. It'd be like
it could be something like if you had the time and developed a program that you could run and somehow install it in the computer, that might be a defense mechanism that essentially works kind of like a virus and deactivates them all and prevents reactivation. Doesn't do anything obviously for the collars, but the main central system, so long as you don't, some sort of overriding command doesn't block that, where you sent it from, that might be a way to essentially save everybody the issue of the collars.
one possibility would be that either we gain access to a main hub, like a computer network here, either in the Purity Command or the Human Defense Authority, most likely, that would have authorization to send commands to these collars, and either hijack that terminal manually in order to deactivate all of the collars at once, or install a prefabricated virus, a Trojan of sorts, that could then work on taking over the system and doing that while we're busy doing something else.
I like that idea.
Do you think that we might find such a terminal in the doctor's office?
It depends on the amount of authority they grant her, but I don't see why they would give her complete authority over all of the collars. they might be willing to deactivate collars if she needed to experiment on certain individuals or test new technology. But it's a possibility.
At the very, if her terminal has if they have like a similar network, maybe we could use that to like upload it there, and then it travels to where it needs to go.
So,
But,
so Wraith interjects. He says, "What about setting your virus thing into one of these collars? So when it reactivates, it sends a signal automatically to whatever command it's in touch with."
Oh,
That would require slightly more work, but it is possible. So it would have to be transmitted from the collar. It could work. Need a little bit of time to generate such a program.
So he looks to Pat and Jonathan, and he says, "No one's going to miss that collar. Like, you didn't swipe it from?" And there's like, no. It's, it's good. We got it from someone who doesn't need it anymore." And he kind of cringes. He says, "All right, well, then there you go. You've got a band at this point that's free and clear. I guess all you need to do then is figure out, get it close to the human authority building."
so that it'll connect with the.
Human Defense Authority, correct. And just turn it on. I mean, it might look odd if it's not on somebody, but I don't think that they're looking for that. That might be a way to get that in without actually having to get directly into the building.
Excellent. How much time does it look like we have until nightfall?
You've got maybe 30 minutes.
Okay. Then I'll need to get to work on that right away. Is there any computer here in this place? No. Okay.
No. Your best bet if you're going to use a computer is to probably hijack Dr. Rostenkowski's laboratory for a bit. She would definitely have a computer you could do this on.
Right. Okay.
What? You can't just do it on your own mainframe brain?
I mean, he could.
do we want him to make a virus in his own computer brain?
And then how would I put it in the collar?
Right, exactly.
You don't carry cords like a normal person?
Wait
Yeah,
a minute.
Probably should.
Ixion can be a cord.
I'm a living micro USB.
With our powers combined, we are a functioning computer.
Okay. Well,
Everybody's at that point. Hyperion starts making floppy drive noises.
Oh, he's getting
Downgrade.
he's getting a fax.
Oh no, even worse.
all the way out here,
No, that's the phone. That's the phone murder sounds.
it says we've been trying to reach you about your auto warranty.
Your Hyperion's extended warranty.
Okay, so real quick, who needed a reroll? Who doesn't have one?
Oh, oh.
I my sheet says I have one.
I have one.
I have
Oh,
one.
I don't. I need one.
Okay, so Brittany, Emerald Titan just gave you a reroll.
Nice.
Thank you.
Donkasherm.
Who else needs one?
Let me check real quick. I think I do.
Raise your hand if you need one.
I have one.
Red Arsenal.
I have one.
Yeah, I'm gonna need one.
Okay.
Okay, so with that being said, nightfall ends up coming down. Wraith at this point, he ends up changing out of his clothing, goes straight to his costume, pulling the mask up at this point. And as they are getting ready, Patricia at this point, the other two guys are wishing him luck, and she says, "There's one other thing we wanted to mention. Senia has been successful in creating their own state-sponsored super team. We unfortunately don't know hardly anything about them because they have kept it under wraps. If you find information on them, great. She says, all we know is we believe there are 5 to 6 members.
Uh-oh. That's not good.
Understood.
Hypocritical, huh?
They probably see it as a weapon, like a nuclear weapon or rifle. Nothing more.
Likely.
So at that point, Jonathan ends up taking you guys through, basically a back way through the city. Pulsar, you've actually been here before where he's taking you.
Mhm.
This is where I hate to say it like this, but you have bad memories of this place because this is just on the outside of town. This is one of the areas where people citizens who have committed some sort of quote unquote high crime have been taken out here to be shot.
Oh.
And essentially just buried in a mass grave. There's no grave that's currently exposed. It's covered over in dirt, but it's something anybody who has lived in this area knows about.
Okay. Yeah, I'm biting my lips like super hard. Just this place sucks.
But he is kind of hunkered low, taking you guys down through basically back alleys and alongside the darker elements of Iwasaki. This whole area is mostly slum. And as you guys are going, he's pointing out the cameras that are situated all over the city. They monitor almost every facet of the city, including the slums. And he looks at a watch and kind of times it, and then motions everybody across at certain facets. It's like they have just enough control exerted that they know how to mostly sneak around the city without being spotted.
Gotcha.
And since it's nightfall, you can see what appear to be like hover cars kind of floating around the city. More like hover platform sort of things, It's not, from what you can tell, they're not quite as fancy as the stuff you'd find in New Prussia. They look more like platforms with jet engines.
Okay.
In a way, and they've just got they've got guards that just kind of look around, and they've got weapons and whatnot. So they're mobile defense platforms with a couple of officers to be dispatched in the city in case something is happening. He ends up taking you through the rest of the back way of the city, and under a fence that's lined and marked that it's electric. But they have managed to disable a certain section and get you guys through. And then with a little bit of a hot step, you guys are coming up to the backside of this building. The backside of this building, it looks like this is where trucks come up and make deliveries. What those are, you're uncertain, but it has kind of like a paved road with a little bit of a roundabout, with part of it connecting to a ramp with a lift open. A lift open. I don't want to say it's a gate, but like a garage door, like a lift door. Next to the door itself is an actual door that actually has 2 guys standing guard. And just kind of walking around, and you see Jonathan go walking up to them initially. Doubt you guys get a look at it. His jumpsuit looks similar to theirs. Obviously, he doesn't have the additional gear, and he doesn't have a weapon on him or whatnot. And he goes up, and they nod, and you see that they look around a second. They say something to him kind of hastily. You don't really make out what's being said. But then they start marching in another direction. And, about a minute later, when they're just off into the shadows, he motions you guys on.
Right. Continue on.
These guys got their stuff together. They're way better than us.
So you get up to the door. He ends up putting down what he has is. Oh, Rolling Nomads! Thank you for the raid. Party of 8.
Let's go.
So you can see that he has.
You guys come at a good time.
Yeah, what you see is he's got a glove of some kind that looks like it has some markings on it for the biometric reading for palm scans, and he sets it on there. And thank you for all the follows. And so it scans. You see it kind of do like the light go over it real quick, and you hear a magnetic lock go, and he pulls the door real quick to let you guys through.
Right? Yeah.
I think we should make one of those.
And he says, this is as far as I can go. Good luck. These guards are going to be back in position in about the next 5 minutes, so you're not going to be able to get back out of here. How you get out is up to you.
Understood. Thank you and good luck.
You too. And so he kind of puts his hands in his pockets and quickly sneaks back off into the darkness.
Yeah. Go ahead and get through the door. Make sure it's closed behind us so we're not leaving evidence. Looking around, what do we see now that we're past the door?
All right. So once you get into the door, I don't want to say it has crappy lighting because it doesn't, but it's not great lighting. It's that warehouse lighting that isn't like full fluorescent. It's got that hazy kind of yellow every so often, giving it a
high pressure sodium.
If you ever look at the lighting that they have in the warehouse at the end of Raiders of the Lost Ark,
okay,
it's got kind of that feel.
Sure.
There's several shipping containers back over here. You can see other guards, walking around and keeping an eye out. You see obvious signs posted along like some of the pillars in here that basically intimate that essentially any failure to secure this area is treated as a capital crime sort of thing. So, take that under consideration. So it's like everybody that's down here, you don't see anybody that are like joking around or whatnot. They've got their eyes peeled, looking and keeping their eyes open for essentially anything. And in fact, you see a couple of other people going over some sort of manifest. And it doesn't sound like a good discussion. It's kind of terse.
Okay.
But otherwise,
Jerome,
it's pretty open outside of the shipping containers.
Jerome, would I like with because we kind of talked about this, how my suit can change colors like as I need it to, but like it can't make me look like one of it can't like generate something that looks like those uniforms, right?
Nope,
No?
that is correct.
Okay. Just wanted to ask just in case, but yeah.
Are we seeing a lot of cameras around as well?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
And then as you guys are kind of waiting, near the door where you're at, you can actually see two guys in power armor marching around as well, taking a look at everything. And they have what appears to be like a technician with him. He's got like a sidearm. He looks like he has some sort of communication setup, on his headset. Standard uniform with a little bit of armoring. Basically, if he runs into something, the other two big guys are in the big powered armor looking mechs are going to be the ones to take care of it, not him.
Right.
He's just there, looks like probably taking note of what's going on. As he walks around, other people seem to salute him.
Do we see any places where we could possibly grab a uniform? Like, is there like a locker room, like an obvious locker room?
Not from where you're at, no.
Okay.
So then Hyperion in his head is going to go, for the communication is going to be through telepathy only. Keep that in mind, unless something happens to the side network. Lightbringer, can you cloak us?
Yeah. 1 second, Jerome. Have we seen any women in these uniforms?
Yeah.
Or are they up in men?
Nope.
Okay.
They are majority men, but yes. You
Just
have
to
seen,
make
like-
sure that we're not like obviously out of place.
Correct.
Okay.
They
yeah, I'll
are
go
they
ahead and
are
take
very
that.
racist and superiority. They are not sexist, however.
Fair enough. You gotta draw the line somewhere, I guess.
Right.
So, and as you guys are kind of looking around, Wraith is already gone.
Sure. That's the
Figures.
thing.
Because of course.
Yep.
That guy's good. I want
He's
to be that guy.
Batman.
Yeah. So
He really is.
So you
He
so
is
you
our-
end up
he's our
hearing
Batman.
you end up hearing him in your head, and he says, he says, "I'm on the move. Good luck."
Noted. Good luck.
So are we? Is Lightbringer making us like completely invisible,
Oh, yeah.
or is it? Okay, I wasn't sure if she was making us invisible or she was making our clothes look like we belong. But
She could do that too, but invisible is probably better.
okay,
Yep.
So you guys
Do-
are
do
invisible
I
at
need
this
to roll?
point.
Okay.
No, not right now.
Okay.
Keep in mind, however,
Invisible.
you have essentially the crown network up, and you're doing invisibility. That will be a strain should something happen.
Well, the Crown Network is kind of like I don't have to concentrate to keep that up. It's self.
You are the anchor,
Well, yeah,
so
but I don't have to continually concentrate to keep that on.
to an extent
That
you do
was-
because you are the anchor. Yes,
Well, but that was the whole point of the
Mhm.
Crown thing.
I know, and that is why it's the same premise that New Prussia works off of. They don't have a psi network if they don't have a psionic attached to it.
Okay, fair.
Okay.
Think of it along the lines of like it's an amplifier, like alternator sort of thing. It takes a lot of the burden off of you, but if you're not plugged into it, if something happens to you, it goes down.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
That's another reason why, thinking back to when you guys were on their flagship, they had Cynet, and I don't know if you guys recall this, but they had more than one individual connected to Cynet.
Okay.
Also, Cynet were not in the field, were they?
No, they were not.
Okay, that's what I thought.
Yeah, they were kept behind the lines because they, with it being connected to that technology, it gave them more range.
Right.
It's kind of like their network person, netrunner, whatever in Cyberpunk.
Okay.
Kind
Yeah.
of.
yeah. It's probably also safer to keep
Stays in
them
the
away
van.
from.
Right.
While
Yeah.
everybody
Exactly.
else goes in.
So you guys are
But we
invisible.
don't
You're
play like that.
you're invisible. You are currently in the warehouse at this point.
All right. Now that we're invisible, we may still want to avoid cameras as we see them, just in case they have different visual capabilities that could see through the cloak. But the others may not have that. We should also assume that the power armors may have different visual modes as well, so we need to watch for their fields of vision. Everyone, keep a lookout and see if we can find a means of actually getting to offices of this warehouse.
Okay. Do we have to stay within a certain amount of space with Lightbringer?
I just eyesight.
Okay, but we can still see each other though.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Right. Yeah.
I just have to be able to see you.
Correct. So
Right.
don't go around a corner and out of our eyesight.
Okay. Good to know.
That would be bad.
So then making sure to be quiet and stealthy, watching cameras, moving along walls, being stealthy, trying to look for offices in this warehouse area.
Okay. So everybody give me an intuition check as you guys are poking around and keeping your eyes open, your peepers peeled.
I'm nervous.
Dun, dun.
Why is it not?
Oh,
Green feet for me.
I got a white
Yeah.
feet.
I got a green feet.
Yellow. Oh no.
I rolled one higher than who was it that rolled the one earlier?
That was me when I tried doing my power stunt.
Nice.
I'm
Got
like,
a yellow.
we're in a warehouse, I think.
it's dark in here.
Well,
He
it's
was
not
blinded
super
by
dark.
the light.
Blinded by the light. Okay. Anyways. All right. So, if you failed, it's not a huge deal. You're still together as a group. You're looking around this particular warehouse, trying to stay out of immediate eyesight, just in case, or visuals of cameras as well as the power armor. So you're having to take some roundabout routes, around some of the large shipping-like containers that are in here. As you go further in, however, and you look further down to the north, you end up seeing what appears to be another security checkpoint. Looks much cleaner, and this is probably the direction you want to go.
At that checkpoint, what type of security is there?
It's just biometric.
Okay.
They don't have any guards posted. I mean, presumably there are cameras, but there's nobody like posted at it. You're inside at this point.
Okay. But we would have to pass through it with some sort of biometric code to open it?
That is correct.
Okay.
Is there any way
Or,
you could
or
hack
wait
into
for
it?
somebody to come through, or find a way to hack it.
Just can't hack it, guys.
Dun-dun-dun.
Ba-dum-psh. All right, let's make
Awfully
our way
punny.
there.
Do we see anyone that is patrolling in this area?
You do, yes.
Would it be that technician with the body armor dudes or somebody else?
No, there's a pair of what would be looking like standard guards that are on patrol as well.
Okay.
Well, standard guards may not be cleared to enter this next section.
Does it? Yeah. Does the terminal look like it has like inputs or areas where we like our more tech-minded people could hack a system?
No. Which means you would have to physically break into it somehow.
So are we just going to sit here and wait for somebody to go through the doors
Oh,
Yes.
wait, hold on.
and hope that it doesn't close before we all get through?
Is there a window in the door?
There is, yes.
Could Shone port us through if she can see the other side of it?
That is a great question.
I don't think so. I think they got the teleporter.
Yeah, that probably have it teleport proof.
Oh,
Yeah,
I forgot
she's
about that.
not going to even try because she gets headaches.
Hmm.
And she needs to have her abilities to get them out.
Could
To the ship.
Hyperion send a copy through?
Great
He
question.
could look like one of them.
If I can get a good enough look at the handprint of an individual, I might be able to make a hard light copy that would have a handprint that would be identical. It would be a strain.
That would be a power stunt.
Yeah, and Sean's going to kind of look at him, very thoughtful. That just makes me think of something. I wonder if we could work on you making invisible copies of yourself so that you can get closer while investigating.
I can change the color and texture so that they would blend in to a degree as I have before, but invisible would be different.
I could still make your copy invisible if I can see it.
True.
I wonder if I could interject myself through a small hole in the system. That would not be something accessible under normal pretenses.
Wait a minute. What's on the ceiling? Is it just that cardboard stuff?
No.
Oh,
Oh.
man.
Just go through the ceiling.
Yeah, I was just gonna go through the ceiling and go over. I was like, wait a minute, what are we doing?
Until we all
guys?
fall through.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Yeah.
guys?
It's just a drop ceiling, yeah.
This super fancy facility, but it's got high school
Yes, that's what I was hoping
high school
for.
hallways.
Actually,
How about
cork-
the
the
air
cork board.
conditioning tubes? Are they
Right.
big enough for a person to go through?
Strangely, yes. They shouldn't be, but they are somehow.
Come
No,
out to the coast, have a few laughs.
Right. So then Hyperion goes, actually, Xenofreeze, would you be able to mimic a handprint with any degree of accuracy with your shape-changing ability?
That would also be a power stone.
It would be difficult for me, especially at this point with the nanites being so digitized at this point. I've been working on it, but it is not anywhere near perfected.
Then
Though-
we would...
Might work.
Again, we'd be leaving things to chance. In this case, it seems that if we could bring somebody with the authority to the door and give them a reason to open it and head through, that
So-
technician near the body armored guards would likely have said authority. He seems to have the most authority in this section.
Does anybody have any mind control powers like that?
Controlling a mind, no, but we can make distractions or holograms. Jerome, are there any plants in the area? Any plants that he can talk to?
No, there are not.
Shoot.
No, not even a ficus.
Not even a ficus.
Oh, what are we even doing here, guys?
Yeah, I know, right?
I'm useless.
The ceiling's covered. There's no plants.
You would think this was a pretty secure facility.
Yeah,
What about
kinda
a
weird.
cardboard box?
yeah, Colonel. I'm trying to sneak around, but
Boy, we're
Jerome,
never going to get anywhere if we're going with Solid Snake.
yeah, but it'll be funny. So the biometric thing, is it like? So it's like a door with like set in a frame. Is the biometric hand scanner? Is it built in like next to the door?
Yeah.
Or is it like a pylon that's like in
Nope.
front of it?
Nope,
No,
it's right
okay.
next to the door.
Okay.
It's very similar to the one you guys just came through.
Okay.
There is another possibility, but it would likely bring alarm, which would be me creating a conduit. But again, that would be loud and rather obvious if we do it close to anyone.
While being stealth, would it be possible, because you mentioned being able to make a copy of somebody's handprint, could we like sneak up close enough to somebody in order to get a good look at their hand?
I've never really attempted to do something that complicated when it comes to pattern making before, and it sounds like Xenofreeze would have a similar issue.
I wonder how Wraith is getting through these doors.
Lightbringer, your mental hand is raised.
Out of character question.
Mhm.
I can make illusions with sound.
Yep.
Can I make illusions where the sound is silence?
So
Can I like deaden the noise, like mask our
No.
sound?
Yeah.
no,
Dampen the sound.
Dampen. Yeah.
no.
Convince the
Why-
tree.
You would actually need sound control for that.
Okay. that's
Convince the
what
tree there was no one there to hear it.
You know, we should have asked Jonathan for that glove thing he had.
Right? We totally need to make one of those.
Well, he said there probably wouldn't get us much further than this. I'm willing to bet, yeah, this is higher clearance.
So you guys are going to have to make a decision. Can't stand here all day.
All right. Let me see if I can actually get close enough to see an individual's handprint. And looking around, we've probably seen like several guards and like what they look like, Jerome. And
Mm-hmm.
so then Hyperion will probably have a decent idea of what a guard would look like and be able to generate one. So he's going to go ahead and do that, making it look like the guard is just taking a normal patrol route. And he's going to use that copy to see if he can find anybody with like... seems like they'd have higher clearance, like somebody with more labels on their jacket or whatever. Looks like
Sure.
they have higher command.
Okay. That was probably the technician that you guys saw walking past.
Okay.
Oh no.
Is the door sealed?
Yes.
Like no air gap on the bottom at all?
Correct.
Okay.
So, Dale, you were attempting to...
See if he can see close enough to the guy. Like, are the guy's hands? Let's see. Is he like wearing gloves or
He
or
has
is-
gloves. He's not currently wearing them, however,
Okay.
because he's writing something down as he's basically taking stock of everything that's going on in here.
So where are his gloves then? Where does he have them?
They're looped into his belt on the side.
Okay. I have a new idea. The technician wears gloves. If we're able to obtain one of those gloves and turn it inside out carefully, the remaining pattern on the glove that he was wearing may be enough to actually fool the hand scanner. If we can obtain that glove without him noticing, we should be able to do this. I'm not sure if my copy would be good enough to accomplish this. Shown, while invisible, would you be able to get close enough to get one of his gloves off of his belt?
Why me? I mean, yes, I've theft things before, but that was me popping into Fashion Week and snatching the dress off the hanger and disappearing right away. I can't do that here. I can't take the chance of teleporting here.
You don't
So
need to
how would I-
teleport. You would be
how would-
invisible and make your way up to them without them facing you directly. And then do what you do. You are the most agile one here on the team that I can tell. You have accomplished pickpocketing before.
Yeah, I know.
You want me to give it a try, sis?
No.
All right.
All right, I'll do it.
I'll be right back.
If necessary, I can use my current copy to provide a bit of a distraction if needed. I'll be watching through the copy in case you need that distraction.
Jerome, are there any ventilation ducts?
Yeah, it's ventilated. Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, there we go.
Are the ducts
Yeah,
large enough for a person
ventilated.
to crawl through, or no?
But there would be large enough for Ixion in his gooey form.
Yeah.
Oh.
So, do you want me to roll my intuition?
Roll your
Would you
intuition
like
for
me
what?
to attempt to go through the ducting?
To sneak up on that guard while the tech while invisible and snatch one of his gloves.
It wouldn't be intuition. It would be your agility.
Oh, agility.
Agility.
Spend karma.
Yeah, what's your agility at?
100.
Wow.
All right, never mind.
Of course it is. Well,
Never mind.
we could
You're
ensure
like
that she gets
Neo.
a yellow if she spends 45.
Yep.
You okay with that?
Yes.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Unearthly
Absolutely.
is UN.
Yeah.
Yep.
And then add 45 for that karma.
So
Right, you just plus 45.
wait, so is the biometric, like, is it a
Yellow.
glove? Okay, because I know the guy had one, but I thought that was because he probably wasn't in the system, so he needed something to fake it.
I got a yellow.
Okay, so you got a yellow. So obviously Lightbringer is watching you as you guys are standing basically by the door, invisible. Shone kind of sneakily walks up behind him quietly, and as he is dealing with some other people who are currently accessing one of the storage units, looks like they're probably pulling some down and putting it on a lift of some kind to take it someplace else. Shone quickly grabs, just whick, and pickpockets one of his gloves.
Good job, sis.
Yay.
Mentally.
Excellent. Make your way back to the door.
Okay.
Yes, she does.
Shone, go ahead and roll again for your stealth.
Oh my god.
Agility.
Can I have another 45?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Thank
Yeah.
Red.
you.
Super red.
You rolled a 99.
So
Yep.
Like,
you get back,
legitimately
no
rolled a
problem.
99.
She does a little bit of a cartwheel coming up to the door just to accent that.
Just because. Double
You know
backflip.
that is really within her personality too.
Yeah.
So you now have a glove.
Excellent. So then Hyperion has his copy go behind somewhere so he can make it fizzle out without it being obvious to everybody. And then he takes the glove. He tries to unfold it so it's inside out, looking at which side looks like would be the side that his hand would have been against within the glove.
Okay.
Works on pressing that side up against the biometric scanner.
Okay. Give me a reason check.
Spend karma.
Spend karma. Mm.
Spend karma on everything. Let's see. Would computer use
No.
or anything? No. Okay. Let's see. So then with that, how about, guys, if I spend 25, I'll get at least a green.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. We'll do.
George there for a
Would it be
moment.
better
was
to- would it be
sounding
better
like
to have a
Sling
yellow?
Blade asking for karma.
Yeah. You got any more karma in there? Hmm.
I think you should spend some more karma.
Spend some karma so we can get to Dr. Austin Cousy. Mm-hmm.
All right. Yellow feet.
Good.
Hyperion's wanting some of them French fried taters.
I like mustard on them.
Nice.
All right, so you, with a hope and a prayer, you set it up on there and hit it to scan, and he goes shh, and
Everyone through. We
So-
going through.
somebody is grabbing the door and throwing it open.
Yes.
Oh.
Okay, so everybody starts getting through at this point, and then letting the door shut.
And
Excellent.
the
So,
camera.
You are now
shows
in a
nobody
brightly lit
there.
hall. At this point, it looks very different from the storage area you guys were just at. There are signs kind of leading you direction-wise where to go. It's a double wide hallway, obviously because things need to be carted out of storage and brought down here. It looks kind of like, at this point, like you're in hospital administration. In a way, it's got that kind of vibe. Bright fluorescence. It's got some signs posted around. It's got some cheesy music softly playing in the background over loudspeakers.
You know what it sounds like?
Yes, Kenny G also finds his way into a very fascist regime.
Oh, I
I
thought
was
it
gonna
was.
say,
Fell in love with his music.
Yeah, I wonder how much did Senya pay Kenny G?
They're just stealing his music. They're not
yeah.
paying.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought it was the hamster dance.
Ugh.
they made their own.
It's Penny D.
Jenny Key.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So are there any? So it's just like a long hallway. Are there any doors off to the side or anything?
Yeah,
that's
it
like
eventually breaks off into a T intersection.
okay.
Are there guards kind of walking up and down the place, or does this place feel
Not
less-
here, but you can hear footsteps.
Okay. Is there one of them like hospital style like maps that would show like where in the layout doctor?
There are no maps, but there are signs pointing, giving you directions.
You are here.
Well, because
Thanks, sign. I already
Yeah.
know that.
we got to find the office of
Genetic integrity.
Mhm.
Yeah.
There's a big neon sign. This way to Dr. Rosikowski's office.
Yeah, so you
Very
see
convenient.
when you get to the intersection, you can see that they've got signs, restrooms, lockers, so on and so forth. Radiation. Like I said, it's very much like hospital administration. When you get to intersections, they've got the signs kind of pointing you in different directions. And heading off to your left, it does clearly denote, Office of Genetic Purity or Genetic Research. Sorry.
Okay. Headed in that direction, then. That seems to be the most likely place where she would be.
Office of Genetic Integrity. There we go. All right. So, as you guys, literally, as you clear the hallway, the reason why you heard footsteps is there's a lot of people coming back and forth. Some folks in lab coats, some folks, posted up as security. Roughly about every 50 to 75 feet is another guard checkpoint.
Wow.
Of some kind. And the guard checkpoints are often real close to other offices that are down here or facilities such as like x-ray techs, phlebotomy, so on and so forth. Again, it's as you're getting closer and closer to the Office of Genetic Integrity, you see a lot of those types of offices you would find in medical parks, or in a hospital or whatnot, where they have their designated, labs for that setup, and people going back and forth, nurses and whatnot, taking care of whatever matters they have or making deliveries to whoever needs it. So it is, if they weren't double wide hallways, it would be actually difficult to avoid them. It's busy. So you actually need to stay quiet. However, you get up to the door, and it is kind of a large double door, and posted right outside the door are 2 power armor units.
Lovely.
Along with one technician who seems to be just monitoring people, as they come back and forth. Nobody seems to be going to the Office of Genetic Integrity at this point, so they're just kind of, he's at his post monitoring, computer and radio traffic, and 2 power armors are just kind of standing guard.
How big are these power armors? Like,
they stand at about 7.5 feet.
Okay, so all right, so I wasn't sure like if these things were like Ed 209 big, or if they were like the things from Alien, like the riding armors.
Right.
Yeah, I get
Not
Fallout
quite like that.
vibes.
Oh yeah, like the Brotherhood.
Like Fallout.
There you go.
Okay.
Okay, and that technician with the power armor units, they're right outside that double door. Okay.
That is correct, yes.
Can we see a name tag anywhere on the technician?
Yes, you can.
What does it say?
Lieutenant Kitchens.
Okay.
And it looks like while there is manual authorization that you can do to get into the door, similar biometrics and a tag reader, most people who are coming up to these higher end secured checkpoints are checking with that technician or agent who happens to be at that security checkpoint, and they're getting buzzed in that way.
Okay. All right. So then, of course, communicating always through the mind, Hyperion is going to be like, so we can try something similar to before, but that would also need to include getting Lieutenant Kitchens to leave the post. Or we can try to pose as individuals that are meant to be here and somehow gain authority from Lieutenant Kitchens to enter.
What if Lightbringer was to cause a distraction, like a loud noise somewhere far away from the door, but close enough for them to hear and react?
But we still need to get through the door.
We can.
Is
You
there?
don't think the glove you have with you now would work?
Yeah, Jerome. Does it look like, do we see is it like a different color? Like it just says like B level security or something? Like
It doesn't have any indicator what sort of security it would be.
okay.
Here.
So can they either use the biometrics and the tag? One or the other?
No, you have to have both to get in through here.
Of course.
It seems like
Or
they've,
get
of
buzzed
course,
in.
They, of course, have greater security for their most valuable human assets here. It seems that we would need to convince Lieutenant Kitchens to open the door.
And how do you suppose we do that?
Can one of us look like Dr. Rostenkowski and act like they're heading to her office in a... Do you guys know what she sounds like?
Exion.
I do.
That would be dependent on whether or not she is already in there. It would be a dead giveaway if she walked up and walked into her office merely a few minutes before we arrived.
True, although it's unless we have another way of either getting in and taking out these two power armor guys, that's gonna blow our cover pretty quick.
Even if we posed as somebody that had authority to get in, we'd still need to a tag, right?
Well, we could buzz in. All we have to do is
That's what Davey's getting at. That you can either get buzzed in from security,
yeah.
or there's the other.
So
well,
what
Dr. Rostenkowski would I assume she would have her own credentials to be able
Right.
to get in. She wouldn't need to be let in.
So we choke Lieutenant Kitchens out. We press the button and let ourselves in.
What about the power armor?
And the power armor, unknown. Didn't think that far ahead.
Jerome,
I can try to short him out.
in
The
this
moment
very
we
public hallway.
The moment we engage, everything will need to be loud and our clandestine operation ceases. We want to maintain cover as long as we can.
Along those lines, Lightbringer, why don't you give me an intuition check?
Jerome, I was going to ask: are there, among the people going through the hallway, are there carts or trays?
Yeah.
Okay, so that could create.
Like I
some
said,
noise.
very much like a hospital. So occasionally you'll
Okay.
see somebody, delivering something that needs to go to another department or whatnot. So it has that sort of feel to it. It's a very, very busy lab.
Yellow.
Oh, so it's a long shot and a half, Lightbringer. But you do recall that Shadestone had something to do with Senia. If you posed as one of their bigwigs, that might be enough to get through. And you're the only person who would have the knowledge of who that was.
But isn't he dead?
Do they know?
They have a
Does it
media
have to be
blackout.
that bigwig?
Like I said,
Okay,
it's a
okay.
gamble, but it's along the same vein that you were thinking about. Obviously, if you know, it's a bluff, but it's a decent enough card outside of trying to do the whole throw a stone down a hallway and hopefully they get distracted. Oh, look at that!
Do we see any like visitor badges so I could see what they look like?
Maybe. Why don't you give me another intuition check? Now that you're thinking along those lines.
Oh yeah, maybe we could go and steal some from like a locker room for doctors.
That's a white.
Okay, it's a good
Should
idea.
I re-roll it?
Well, I'll let you decide. You have a reroll.
Team, should I re-roll it?
Yeah, go for it.
Do it.
Do it now.
Yes.
Do it and let the English.
Also white.
Oh my gosh.
Hey,
So
Spend
it
a
is.
hard
When we tell you to
You
reroll, you
just-
got to reroll it good,
It's
Brittany.
so-
Come on.
sorry.
It's a-
and with karma.
should have said that sooner.
Oh.
So-
Oh shoot, karma.
It is. So it is
Okay.
a good idea. But obviously it is not. It's not something you see as of this point. There has to be some sort of visitor badges or temporary security clearance for some of these people because you
Those
know
are-
that they have external contacts.
Cool O'Brien
This
just,
sucks having to
just
go
gave
back
you
and
your
forth.
reroll back, Britt.
Oh, thank you.
That was Dale.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's gotta
I knew that.
How do you pronounce your handle?
I pronounce that Culobrian.
Calobrian.
but yeah, there's gotta
Silent
be
robot
like
for a second.
if we can find like maybe a locker room or something, maybe we could get if they have like lab coats and like scrubs and things, we could get at least one person to, look convincingly enough like a doctor who is to deliver important information to Dr. Rostenkowski.
Well, we wouldn't need to send somebody in disguised. I can just make an illusion of a person.
Well, but I mean, we have to get these guys to let us through. Is the illusion going to be?
I can make them talk.
Yeah. Okay. Are you going to be able to do three things at once?
So you have to make a psyche check.
Well,
If you need
Um,
to, you can drop the psionic network first, if that would be less of a burden on you. Since we'll all be right next to each other, we can still use our communicators at short range if need be.
Which,
You guys are going to need to decide here pretty quick. We can't spend a whole lot of time with the figuring out process like we have.
I seem to recall that my old workplace had some dealings with Senia. I think the CEO is supposed to be dead after the incident with the,
Right.
But maybe I could have somebody or have him walk in as though he's a visitor needing to speak with her. I'll have him present himself at the door and see if they let him in.
is this person enough importance that they're not going to ask the chain of command of like, why is this very important person here? Or is this person scary enough that they'll buy it and go, yes, sir, I'll let you in, sir. No questions asked, sir.
Well, it depends on how important Shadestone was to the Senian government. But
Make him socially forceful. Make it so that he would be angry and would get them in trouble if he's not allowed in. The less that they think about the situation and the more you activate their emotions, the more likely it is that you'll get them to do what you want them to do. If they think about it, they might realize it's a trick. Prevent that.
okay, I could have him be. I've seen him enough times
Oh, yeah.
at at work to like know his mannerisms and such?
Enough to do a potential passing facsimile thereof.
So I could have him complaining about the security protocols, despite like his contributions and familiarity with their program, and how he's late for his appointment because of it, and why does he have to put up with this every single time?
Just at this point, I need you to
Excellent.
make your roll.
Okay, should I use karma?
Yes, of course.
Yes.
Okay, I'm
Unanimous.
rolling psyche. My psyche is incredible. So how much do I need?
Roll all of it.
What if we made sure she got at least a yellow? That would be 60 karma. We good with that, folks?
Yep.
Yes.
Go for it.
So this is from the available that you have set aside, right? Not from the bank.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
Just
Yep,
making
I'm
sure.
tracking that.
How do I?
You type in what you normally do and then put plus and then the number.
Okay, so plus 60.
Yeah.
Yellow. 79.
It is a good thing that you put to that. Wow.
Yeah.
I mean, it's because I was rolling, so.
So it was gonna give you a low number, but you put points to it, and it's all nah.
Means
So I will have him walk out from a hallway where people are like, I won't have him just show up from out of nowhere. I'll have him like
Right.
turn a corner.
Okay.
Bamf. Hi.
Okay.
let me through.
So before you act this, Brittany.
He's going to be very Karen.
Okay. So you let me know how you're doing this.
Okay, well, how do you want me to? Okay, I guess I'll just explain.
Just pretend you deserve everything. You're the most entitled human being on the planet. And
Well,
you're a billionaire.
Like, do you want me to like act it out?
Yeah.
Okay.
This is a role-playing game.
This is a game?
What?
Okay,
Is this
and I'll have
real?
him. I'll have him have a visitor badge, but also like sort of like tucked like into his suit coat, kind
Okay.
of. So it's like
So it's only
obscured
partially
a little bit.
visible.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So, and I'll give him a briefcase, and so he's wearing his fancy suit that he always wears. That's very expensive, and
And have him looking at his watch.
have him a bit. Yeah, I'll have him
Come on.
like walk down the hall with
That's
his.
fine. We got to get going with this, so we don't take a whole lot
Okay,
of time.
sorry. Okay, so he's like stomping down the hall and grumbling and expecting people to get out of his way.
Mm-hmm.
And then he's gonna stand in front of the door
Well,
and just look at them like expectantly.
Okay, so the man, Lieutenant Kitchens looks at him. He says, "Mr. Belichick, we weren't expecting you today."
Well, maybe you should be more on top of your boss's appointments.
So he's quickly looking at at his computer, and so you need to roll based on an IN40.
Karma, please.
Karma.
We're basically making a popularity / charisma check.
Can she use karma on that?
If you have some, yes.
What's the max amount of karma she could spend?
18
100.
million. Oh,
100?
Provided you have that. Dale now
Dale,
is
you are
muted,
muted.
so I'm sure he's spitting out all kinds of numbers, but nobody hears it.
Oh, sorry about that. Yeah. So our group available now is at 325, and next game we're going to be getting more karma because it'll be a new month anyway. So We got 325 to throw around. At Incredible, if she spends 60, like what she just did, we can insure a yellow.
Perfect.
Okay.
So
Yeah,
plus
do it.
60?
Yeah.
Right. Oh, 99.
Wow.
All right.
Okay. So, and so he's
And
like,
as he's kind of like trying to do his job, I'll have him tap his foot and be like, "Do we really have to go through this every single time?"
and so he looks very alarmed, and he's like, I am sorry, sir. You're not on the registered for guests, coming in today. But just
Would you
Just
like
give
to
me-
take
gi-
this up with Dr. Rostenkowski?
no. Just give me one moment. I will. I need to put through an update. And he's just like nervously typing. He has to hit backspace a couple times. His hands are shaking.
Seriously?
Right now. And so at this point he's nervously laughing. He's like, yeah, it just didn't. And you hear
And he's
hear
gonna
a
lean
chime.
closer and say, "What's your name again?"
He says,
And like look closer at his badge.
yeah, he says, Lieutenant Kitchens, sir.
Mhm.
The door is open.
Working
about
in the
time.
kitchen from now on.
And I'll have him stride in.
Okay. So, so the way that these double doors kind of open, it's again kind of like a hospital. So there's a little bit of a lag, and then it eventually comes back through. Again, for the fact that there may be stuff that's being brought in and out. So as all of you walk in, Lightbringer as Marcus Belichick, comes walking in. So you see, this is a fairly big laboratory, but it's mostly open air in here. So off to one side, you see some line of equipment, like some probes and its own. In a way, most of this is kind of like an in-house one-stop shop lab. So it does have a small centrifuge for blood work. It's got like some sort of chamber attached to it for something else. It's got its own bed to lay down. So it's a very clean, high-looking, efficient, evil mastermind scientific layer sort of vibe to it. One whole wall has a row of I'm saying robotics, but that's not it. Like several computer bays with outputs that are going right now. It's got a printer if anything needs to be printed. It has a window that overlooks something, but the window itself has like a very thick glass sort of look to it, like it's reinforced bulletproof glassing or glass of some kind or whatnot. In another container, well, it's more of like, I don't want to say it's a hyperbolic chamber, but it is a small little chamber against the wall. You end up seeing an individual. Hang on one second.
Here we go. It's
So
happening.
It's happening. So you end up seeing
Mama.
you end up seeing a person up against the side. Whoops.
Yay!
Oh,
I knew it.
Mom, is that you?
So you end up seeing what appears to be like a humanoid bat-like person.
Oh no!
Kind of pinned up. There's like safety harnesses and whatnot. However,
Maury.
the person looks far more human. Still roughly the same size and whatnot. Kind of long, shaggy brown hair. But there are bat-like wings protruding off of her back.
So she looks more human than she did when we knew her before.
That is correct.
Interesting.
So then Hyperion mentally is like, that's Komori. Does she look conscious?
No.
Okay.
And give me 1 second. I need to line this up correctly. I've got people in the wrong.
Who's Komori?
Yeah, currently George is happy in the stream.
Yes, I know. That's what I'm trying to fix.
That's the real shocker.
I
Dun, dun, dun.
Does this person have a collar on?
like I said, give me 1 second.
Oh.
I'm really trying to focus on this first because I thought I had this set up correctly. Where in the heck are all of the?
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. I put it in a different one. Okay, so here we go.
If Pulsar dies, I'm coming back as a guy with Sling Blade's voice. You done crossed the line this time, Joker.
Okay, so George should be set there. Why is it not coming through? Come on.
I was right.
You were indeed.
So,
Yeah.
it's like
Yeah.
she was very
Oh, that's
active in
why.
the chat. She's not usually very active in the chat.
Yeah, I kind
Often.
of wondered. What did I used to call her? Was it Wombat?
Wombat,
Yeah.
Yeah, Wombat.
Yeah. Okay.
the woman
Oh.
bat.
Yeah.
Woman
did
bat.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, did Abby used to play this game?
Yeah.
Yeah. This
I
is her
played
Over a
it
third-
short
for
period
like
of time.
2 sessions.
Yeah, she was
3.
in like a one shot.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
It was. I believe it was 3.
A
Yeah.
three-part
It was a special cameo.
It
And
was cool.
she's also related, is she not? No, she's not.
Yeah,
I'm
she
related
is.
to Hyperion.
Yeah.
She's
Only
Ross
she's-
Dinkowski's daughter.
Mhm.
Right.
There we go.
How's your baby, Abby?
Why is Derek missing from the thing now?
don't
He
know.
is
There we go.
screaming upstairs right now.
Oh.
Shelly is also missing from the
Hey.
stream. Her video is.
He's good though.
Yeah, they're pictures. That's
Most of the time
problem.
he's really good.
I just have to say, I just saw George gasp at Spanish.
There you
Putting it out there.
There we go. So now we're back. Back
I
again.
do smell.
go. Yay.
All right, so yes, you see a more humanoid-looking Komori, kind of up, and there are probes attached to her. There's a I forget what, actually no, they're probes. Like the like some kind of taped to her head, a couple taped to her her arms and her body. She's not in regular clothing. She's in kind of like a Speedo and a sports bra sort of thing. So that way there's more flesh exposed. So diodes and everything can be connected. As a lady turns around and sees that Marcus Belichick is there. And it is, for those of you who would know it, she looks like it is Dr. Rostenkowski. And she turns and looks and she says, "Marcus, what are you doing here?"
Alice, I needed to talk to you.
Okay, so she looks at you in a second. She says, "You never called me Alice."
Dun dun dun.
Maybe it's about time I did.
Oh damn! Wow. Belichick. sir.
And she kind of looks for a second and hits an off switch to something, and one of the computer bays goes temporarily dark, and she says, "Why exactly are you here?"
I'm gonna say on Crown, guys. I don't know what to say next.
Yeah. So then looking around in here, are there cameras in this office?
Yes.
Okay. Then
Does it look like there are any areas that are like private?
Or, like, can we spot any like security like blind spots?
Is there like a closet or a bathroom or something like that? Shelves.
Come with me to the bathroom.
right, yeah.
Come with me to the emergency eye wash station.
It doesn't appear so. There, you may be able to do something if you come over by the door.
I'm gonna have him walk over to Komori and look at her closely
Okay.
and say, interesting work you're doing here.
And she looks to him and she says, thank you, but that's none of your concern. So why exactly are you here, Marcus?
Guys, help.
Hyperion's gonna walk up to like next to, even though he's invisible, he's gonna walk up to next to where Lightbringer is and say, "Let her see me, and I'll talk to her."
Can somebody pickpocket? Does she have a gun on her?
This is going to reveal us, but if we can get her on our side, that would be monumental here. If we can at least understand her thinking, that would be preferred.
I'm gonna have Marcus kind of shimmer and have Hyperion stand there instead.
Okay, so you're gonna make yourself go invisible, and then you go invisible, and then Marcus shows up, or Hyperion shows up.
Yeah. Well, I'll try and make it look like I was Hyperion, like Marcus was Hyperion.
Okay. And you're gonna do it the Shia LaBeouf way.
Yes.
Okay. Why don't you give me
Like
a psyche check?
Like an actual cannibal.
Spend karma.
This shouldn't be too. I don't know. We'll see.
I'm sorry, you're kind of breaking up there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You said it shouldn't be.
I don't think you need
That
to
was
spend.
that was my brain breaking up. Okay. Red 96. Okay.
Okay.
Natural.
So not a problem. And now Hyperion is there. And how is Hyperion dressed?
So he is dressed in his like in the Senian garb, like the casual stuff, because that's like what we all came here wearing. In his 6'6" self.
Mm-hmm.
And so he appears and says, "Dr. Rostenkowski, please don't be alarmed. This is obviously not what you expected. But I also didn't expect that I would successfully find my co-creator. And yet here you are."
And she like looks at you for a second, and she starts like looking around, and she says, "Mark, what are you doing here?"
I could ask the same about you. I've been trying to find you. And here you are. You were supposed to have been killed in a car collision years ago.
And so
Mommy.
like at that point she starts looking around a second. She hits a button, which at that point you start seeing like Komori start. She was in upright position, starts kind of like rolling down to kind of like a bed position, laying more vertical. And she ends up flipping a couple of other switches. At that point, you see the lights kind of the lights in here turn like off and on and whatnot. And she says, "I don't know how you got here or how you got through security, but they're going to know that you are here. We don't have time for this, and I don't know why exactly you're here, but there's security standing right outside that door. They're going to come through any second now."
Why are you here? Why are you helping the Senians do what they're doing? I don't understand.
She says, I don't, and she's very flustered, at being asked, and you can see that there's a light now showing up on the what appears to be like a communications console. Somebody's probably trying to flag her. And she says, I this was something I was forced into.
Do you need escape? I can assist you.
Yeah, she at this point, I mean, she's again super flustered and frustrated. She says, "You know, there's I don't even know how you're going to be able to pull that off." And she goes, "Oh no, you didn't." And now you hear pounding on the door, the security door at this point from the security team outside.
Mm-hmm.
She says, "Tell me you didn't bark." She says, "Tell me you did not develop technology to splice your way through dimensions."
Well, if I did that, I would be lying to you.
Damn.
And she's like, "Oh, and they're pounding harder at this point. You can hear that they're threatening to blast their way through the door if they don't hear something. Right now,
Carmen's going to stay on.
it almost sounds like they think that there may just be a problem, so they're not like threatening her per se, but they're indicating for security purposes that if they can't get through the door, they're going to blast their way in.
Carmen says on Crown, make yourself look like Marcus Belichick again.
One moment. And he goes ahead and changes what he looks like into Marcus Belichick.
Okay. Why don't you go ahead and roll a psyche check?
Oh, boy.
Oh, boy.
So how much karma do you need?
All of a sudden, he shows up as Timu version of Marcus Belichick.
Oh, no.
If I spend 45 karma, I can get a green. I can
Nice.
guarantee a green.
Go do it.
Yeah.
Do it.
Do it.
Do it. Do it.
Spend all the karma.
Okay.
Yellow result.
Yeller.
All right. So,
Yay!
Old Yeller.
at this point, the doors come open real quick. The two power armor units come in with weapons drawn. And the technician is there, and he's looking around. And he says, "Is everything all right, Dr. Rostenkowski?" And she says, "Yes. I was in a undesirable conversation with Mr. Belichick here." And of course, the technician's like, sort of like cringing, feeling her vibe, even though she kind of faked it. And she says, "I couldn't get to the communications console." And she says, "That's not my fault. You're going to have to do something about those doors. You need to send a technician to take a look at that." And he's like, "Of course, ma'am. We'll get somebody down here right away. You sure there's nothing wrong?" And she says, "No, and you don't have security clearance to know anything else." She says, "So unless you want Purity Command to come down here," he's like, No. It's quite all right, ma'am." And so he, quickly motions with his thumb to get these guys out of here. Kimura, you're starting to come to.
Okay.
So then Hyperion
So
waits
what-
for them to leave and for the door to close, obviously.
You heard like that latter part of the strained conversation, whatever it was.
Okay. Oh. Mom? What's going on?
And so she walks over real quick and then puts like a blanket over you. And she said, and she just whispers. She says, "Shh, sweetie, just don't refer to me that way. At this point, I'm having to wing it. I'm going to figure something out." And she looks at this point at Mr. Belichick. And she says, "I appreciate your little stunt." She says, "But there are cameras in here. It's only a matter of time before somebody else, probably internal affairs, comes down and looks at this. Your illusion thing that you just did is not going to fool them."
Then that means we have little time. If you are willing, I have a team that can assist us in leaving. we have a plan on dealing with the Senian government. If they are holding you against your will here, we can set you free and work on setting everyone else who's a slave free as well.
She said, she looks around and she says, I do not have access to the bioplague that they've injected me with. If I leave, I'm as good as dead.
The bioplague.
Through the crown, does she have any information that I would be able to?
Do you have any information on the bioplague itself?
No, I don't. I don't have any information on it. All I know is if I leave, I stop getting the injections.
If she leaves from where?
Here.
What's her range?
If she leaves from here, the injections that she needs,
How-
eventually she'll
how
need another
often
one,
does she
and
need
they
them?
only come from here.
From the facility or from Senya?
She probably gets them from a doctor or something.
Where do the injections come from, Doctor?
She's like, we don't have time for this. I understand your concern. He says, just get my daughter out of here. I've done all that I can at this point, and this interruption is going to prevent everything else. I need to figure something out quickly.
Ask her when the last time she had her injection and how long. I mean, what's the time period between them?
What's the time period?
Do you know the time period between when you need the injections? We can help you. I understand time is of the essence, but we're working as fast as we can.
Okay, so she, lets out with.
I also
with
have a
obvious
geneticist
frustration.
friend.
She lets out with obvious frustration. She says, I need them. I need them every 2 hours, and I just had mine.
Then
Understandable.
She
we
said-
might
We can
be
try
able-
to find a copy of that injection and synthesize it until we find a way to actually eliminate the bioplague entirely from your system.
I mean, Lightbringer was able to figure out how to deal with her thing.
For
and
now,
Not that fast,
And at
though.
this
I mean,
and at this point, since you guys are still conversing
Yeah.
and asking questions, now you
At the
see
speed of thought, though.
and now you see lights going off. They dim red, in the facility, and you hear klaxons go off. An automated voice indicates that this is a priority alert. And there are intruders on the compound.
can we get her access glove thing?
We were trying to gain access to other facilities that require biometric access. Can you grant that to us somehow? There's some way to bypass it.
I mean, at that point she just says she hands you her ID, the card for it, and then basically takes a hand on like some tape real quick, so you have a working copy of her fingerprint. She says, "Now go." She says they're going to be coming.
Is Komori restrained, or is she?
I mean, she is, but she was freed when Dr.
Table was
Rostakowski came
lower.
over the table. Yeah.
Okay,
So then he
I'm
goes
gonna
in.
go ahead and cloak her, so that she can see the rest of us, and so she's gone.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna go and try and grab her,
All of a sudden, you're like
to
everybody.
support her.
Where? Why?
Oh, add
Hey,
her to the crown.
You remember me? Oh yeah.
Yes.
Shoot. Should I add her to the crown also?
Yes.
Please.
Okay.
Hey,
Do I need to
Wombat.
roll for that?
Yes.
While it's happening, I put the
she just
identifying
say, "Hey,
information
everybody"?
in his quantum compartment so that it doesn't get lost.
Sean said, "Hey, Wombat."
What? Hi. What are
Hello.
you guys doing here besides, yeah.
And then you
Okay,
hear
so I got a yellow adding her.
and then you hear an explosion.
How close does it sound?
Close. It was enough to rattle the facility.
Okay.
We can explain
and
later. Can you walk?
Yeah, and mentally.
Yeah, but I don't want to leave my mom.
We'll figure it out.
We just got back together not long ago.
We'll figure it out. Come on.
Can Dr. Rostenkowski say anything, like, or see us, or is
No, she
they
can't
were
see you now.
completely?
Yeah, I mean, if you're talking out loud, yeah, you can be heard. That's not muffled.
She's probably talking out loud.
Okay.
Even
Like,
though
so
she's at it.
Lightbringer's probably talking mentally, and then
Right.
she's talking back out loud.
Okay.
At least the part I don't want to leave my mom.
and
We will be back for her.
she's just like looking around at presumably
Nothing.
nobody with the exception of Hyperion, and she says, "You have got to go. They're coming."
We'll be back, Doctor. And then mentally he goes, all right, recloak me.
I will pull him back in.
Okay.
We have 2 hours before her next injection.
All
Okay,
right. And then he goes, several of you go outside and see what to make of what's going on. I need to use her computer quickly to create that virus in order to upload it to the collar.
Stay where I can see you.
Right. Who's
So
already-
Lightbringer will kind of pose at the door-ish so she can see
Okay.
maybe in the hall and also inside.
Yeah.
You would need to actually step further away to, back into the lab, so that way everything was in your periphery.
Are the doors? Oh, sorry.
Komori will quickly go to Dr. Rostenkowski, give her a hug, and tell her that we'll be back. And I guess she'll go with them.
Okay. Well, I mean, she gets hugged invisibly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
She just sort of like pats somewhere, on your body at this point, and she says, I don't know who they are, but just go, and maybe we'll meet again in the future. I don't know, but you just go with Mark, and he'll figure it out.
Okay. And she'll go.
Okay.
Keeping a specific eye on Hyperion.
Okay. Hyperion, go ahead and make your roll.
Yeah, he looks different from the last time you saw him.
Yeah, he looks half a foot taller than you remember him being.
He's swole.
He got a Brazilian butt lift.
Yeah.
I guess it'd be a Devaxian, but no.
Yeah,
he's-
it's a vaccine. No,
Dexamite.
Dexamite.
butt.
Dexamite butt lift.
He's like, I've been drinking synthetic.
Yeah. Okay. So I take it I can use a computer operation
Yes.
for a comms. Okay.
You sure can.
And
No
let's
longer
see.
Oh,
Drinking
she's
that
going to get in so
swill
much trouble from
10W30.
it coming from here.
Monstrous. So at monstrous, if I spend at least 20, I can get at least a green. That okay with everybody?
Yes,
Do it.
please.
Do it.
Monstrous.
Let's see that red. Yeah.
97 natural.
Wow. Okay. So you end up letting your fingers do the walking and just coming up with, and developing this virus based upon your knowledge of computer systems and computer programming. And within 5 minutes, you've got everything rapidly written down and ready. Oh, pardon me. And ready to input into this device.
Okay, cool. Do I have a way of putting it into the device?
Dr. Alice probably has random cords hanging out.
I'm sorry, what?
Dr. Alice probably has random cords hanging out.
Random cords.
Like hanging out all over the lab. Not like
Of her.
of her.
She's got
Wait, what? Whoa. Dr. Rostenkowski,
Is
what?
she a cyborg?
Oh, my.
Well, mother of cyborgs.
Yeah, she's mother.
So
It checks out.
we'll say that there is a console that you can connect the collar to.
Okay. So he goes ahead and tries to plug that in, because then it just takes turning on the collar
Yep.
to transmit this thing. So
Mhm.
he's going to put the stuff in the collar so that it's ready for that.
Okay. And as soon as you turn it on, I'm obviously not going to see anything, but it turns on. Obviously, it communicates with command, and presumably the virus is in place.
All right. Virus is being sent. Let's move.
Okay, so there's another explosion and rattled. Do you guys just come flying out the door?
Yes.
Ooh.
Let's
I'm
move.
You know who that was? That was Wraith.
Yeah, I was gonna message we should message everybody in the group, Wraith and our two others that
Well, you know what? They're on our crown, right? So
Right.
yeah,
Just
well
saying.
that's John and Pat, like we should let them know, like we met with Dr. Osakowski, we have clearance, but we've also been
Right.
seen.
Okay. So then, yeah, via the network, Hyperion's going to go to all agents on this network. We have completed our main objective. We have an additional person with us. We have access, and the virus to deactivate collars has been injected into the system.
Okay, so you hear, Patricia chime in. She says, "Roger that," and you end up hearing mentally from Wraith, "Kind of busy. Call back later."
Do you need assistance?
Negative. Do what you're gonna do.
Understood.
So
We
as
need
you
to
come,
exit this
as you
building.
guys come flying out the doors, obviously the doors hit the guys in the power armor, and we are now in combat.
Oh no!
Let's go.
We're still invisible. Let's just run.
Oh yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's true. We're invisible. They can't see us.
But they could
Okay,
probably
so you're just running in. So we'll forego your initiative and we'll...
Oh, did you want to do that, or
Too late now.
We can do it. Yeah, we can go ahead and run. If we have to stand and fight, then we will. But let's see if we can run first.
Okay, so you guys hit them and come running out at this point, invisible. As both power armors lower their guns and start taking shots, and you can hear
Empty air.
you can hear the lieutenant screaming something about hostiles engaged.
They're just shooting in an empty hallway.
well, they might be able to see us.
Are we
through
visible?
Whatever. No. Just like we don't know what their abilities are in the armor.
7. Okay.
Are we allowed to? Can we use our powers while we're invisible, or does that break?
Yeah. Well,
Okay.
I'm.
Yeah, because I would have had my energy sheath and flying and all that stuff
Well,
on
you
my way
didn't at
up.
that point. I mean,
I would
Well,
think
'cause-
that you can. The effects maybe
Yeah, I was-
not visible, not
okay,
invisible,
so
but
Red Arsenal, you get shot.
like if it's on your person, I would think. Oh.
Xenofreeze,
I was
you
going
get shot.
to
Pop, pop.
fire up my fingers and shock them.
So that is 30 points. 30 points of energy damage.
30 points of energy damage.
Yes.
Okay, so I don't, because I still have my uniform on. That's part of me, more or less. So,
Well, it's still 30
doesn't it?
points of damage, so you're
Right.
going to deduct whatever the armor prevents, and that's what.
Okay, so I
rollovers the
take
damage.
0 because of my EX20 body resistance now, and the armor, or the armor that the uniform gives me is 10. Correct.
Correct.
So
Hold
that
on one
would
second.
be, it's physical and energy for the body resistance.
Wow. Took me down to 30. Holy moly.
That's what you had me write down, was both physical and energy on the
While
body
you
resistance.
are looking that up, Jerome, I would like to activate my quantum thingamajigger and force my uniform out and on.
Ah,
And she will say suit up through the crown.
oh, I spelled it wrong. That's fine.
Regulators, mount up.
Okay. So well, still, you get shot.
Right.
This round,
I mean,
you guys are
like
putting
the-
on. This round, you guys are putting on armor, or getting dressed in it. Red Arsenal, how much damage do you take after absorption?
That's a good question because I have I have body resistance at a TY6 and regeneration at a
Well, regeneration doesn't
RM30.
play a factor for taking the damage.
your
Regeneration,
body-
regeneration plays a factor in healing it.
All right. So what would TY6 do for body resistance?
6.
That would
Just
take 6
6?
away, so you take 24 damage.
Wow. All right. Well, I'm up to 82. All right.
Oh darn!
I'm still good.
Yep,
Yeah.
you're still good. Okay, so this is a new initiative. I need everybody to roll a d10.
/R 1d10.
And don't forget your modifiers if you have a high enough intuition.
Correct.
9.
Oh crap! I forgot how to do that. How do I add my intuition?
Your intuition.
It's
what's
pinned
your
in
intuition?
the regular chat.
75.
Then you, if you have an intuition of 75, you get a +5 to your roll.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
What about intuition of 40?
So as an FYI, it's pinned in the supers chat.
3.
But yes, if you have a 40, then it's a 3.
10.
Okay, so
I'm gonna assume with a 10 in intuition, I don't have any bonus. So
You
Correct.
get
that is correct.
Oh.
So we got Shelly with at a 10. What else we have?
9 for Red Arsenal.
80 out of 9.
Hyperion's at a 10.
Ew, out of 10.
Everyone did put their uniforms on, right?
I assumed I'd had mine on already because like it's just a suit, just underneath my clothes.
Abby, what'd you get? You are muted.
You're muted, honey.
Seven.
Toby must be screaming.
And what is Komori's intuition? RM30. So she rolled a 7 at an RM30. She's at a 9. Okay. George?
I got a 6.
Okay. And Derek?
You're muted.
4.
Okie doke.
Yo, that's cool. How'd you do that?
I checked the pinned comment.
Dang.
It didn't tell me the modifier, but is that right? Did I roll a 10?
Yeah.
Looks like it.
Oh, that's interesting. I didn't know they had initiative on there. Cool.
That's cool. Okay.
That's I just read your pinned post, Jerome.
Yeah. Woohoo.
No, I meant in the supers chat. That
Oh.
was a supers roll. No, I've never actually seen
Oh.
the initiative one. That's cool.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's got a little graphic display to go with it.
Right.
All right. So everybody's got your. So Brittany, you got a total of 10. That's what you said.
A total of 13.
13. Okay. Wow. Fast. Okay, you guys are going for. Well, some of you are going first.
I just wanted to try it. That's a null and void. I just wanted to
Right.
try it.
Okay, so starting off with Brittany at 13.
Okay.
Melt their armor.
I can try that. Try a hard radiation blast at one of the power guards.
Okay.
Do I roll for 2 actions only when I'm fighting
Yep.
like melee?
No.
Or still like anytime I'm in a fight scene?
Yep. So you're gonna roll
Okay.
roll your fighting and see if you're able to get more than one fighting action.
Green.
Okay. A green result gives you, I believe, I need to pull up the chart, but I believe it gives you 2. What's your fighting?
IN 40.
Okay, yeah. There we go. There's my chart. It's in the wrong window.
There's my chart.
What a good little
Such a good
chart.
boy.
Who's a good chart?
Yes, so that gives you 2 actions.
Okay. I would like to shoot once at either of the guards. Like
Okay.
both.
Pew, pew.
Yeah.
Lobbing some radiation their way. Roll
All right,
your
so that's-
agility.
Oh yeah. Green. Should I roll the other one also?
Yes.
White.
Okay, so first one or second one ends up striking the desk that was there. For the first strike or first blast you end up shooting connects with the other with one of the other armors. So see some purple radiation emission strike its armor and kind of brush off of it, leaving a kind of a glowing mark on his frame. And you have a IN 40 for power rank, right?
50.
Oh, 50. That's right. Okay. Even worse. Okay. So that was Brittany. We are now at Shelley and Dale.
Wait, so what did it do for the armor?
You shot it.
Just it didn't
So it
have
didn't
any
do
like,
anything?
visible-
And it's left a glowing imprint. You don't see
Okay,
anything
that's good.
shattered off of it or anything.
Okay.
So
It
these
doesn't
things,
look melted or anything.
Not as of yet.
one of them's a phalanx and the other's an obliterator.
Hard to say.
Hard to say. Okay.
You've never seen any of them.
And can
She
we
didn't show us
actually
pictures?
No.
Oh.
can we see the occupants inside, or are they completely enclosed? within it?
Completely enclosed.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if you've seen Fallout. I can show you what they look like.
Oh no, I've
Well, no,
I've seen
tho-
that. No,
I-
yeah,
I
that's,
mean-
that's a good point.
That's the concept. They don't look like that. But
Right,
that's
right, right.
That's
Do
the
they
concept.
have
Okay.
do they have like eye like visors or something?
Yeah.
Like how okay.
Mhm.
I wonder if we could fog up their
If you're familiar with
blind
Appleseed,
them,
it's a lot like the Landmates.
I haven't seen that for 30 years.
Yeah, it's been a long time.
Well, that's the concept behind it. It's a person encased in a massive exoskeleton, kind of like Iron Man, but not so snug to the body. There's
So
more bulk to it.
since Hyperion and Shone are going at about the same time, Hyperion's going to go first. Go, Shone, blast them! Don't hold back.
I'm going to do. Can I make 2 moves?
What you're fighting?
My fighting is at Incredible.
Yep.
Yes.
You can attempt to make
Okay.
it. So if you make the roll, you can try.
I
Make a
am
fighting
going
roll.
to shoot lightning bolts.
Well, make your
Well,
fighting
roll
roll
the-
first.
Roll for fighting.
Yeah, to see how
Sure.
many turns you get,
Oh,
or actions
okay.
rather.
I see. Please be nice.
Let's
Yellow.
go.
Yellow.
Nice.
Okay, so that is 2. So
she
go ahead and take your
she is-
actions.
Zap zap.
She is going to actually go for the helmets.
Okay.
Short circuit their helmets. She's just going to give it all she's got.
That
so
is a
there I go,
called
guys.
shot. So go ahead and make your roll. It's against your agility.
Which is unearthly. Okay. Be nice, be nice, be nice. Please be nice. Yellow.
Ooh.
Okay, so the first one, bam, right to the head.
And then the second one, be nice, be nice, be nice. Oh no, I'm gonna reroll that
Not
one.
so nice. But
I
did
wanna
she
say
hit
karma.
at all?
Karma.
You're at
Yeah,
unearthly.
awesome.
I think you'll be fine. Just try it.
Oh my god, I just rolled a white feet. Unearthly.
Okay, so first one, boom, striking.
Green.
Oh, I do reroll. Okay,
Oh,
Mhm.
reroll,
I used
not
my
karma.
one and only reroll.
okay.
I just gave you a new
So
one.
one is a strike to the head. The electricity splashes off, striking him right in the forehead unit. The other one hits him, gets hit in the torso. Power rank.
Her electricity is aim 50.
Okay. All right, so he's not knocked out or stunned, but that was a bullseye hit. So boom, boom, damage on the both. That was at 9. Dale.
Okay, and then right after she does that, Hyperion is going to try to generate like 8 hard light copies so that they can then, because like these guys have their arms and there's like weapons on the arms, I take it, that are like trying to fire at us, or like how are their weapons aligned on their
The
armors?
primary weapon systems are held, much like a rifle.
Okay.
They do have They have other weapon systems on them, but they're not using them as at this point.
Okay, so then
If
he's
you
going to
can grab
use
their
these.
weapons, then they're your weapons.
Yeah, exactly. So he's going to make 4 hard light copies for one, 4 hard light copies for the other, and try to pull the weapons out of their hands.
Okay. That for your power rank, you have to make a roll for that to see how many copies you get.
Yeah, go ahead and do that. Roll. That is Red Feet.
Woo!
Okay, so yeah, you get all the copies that you need. 8 jump out.
Wow. 99. Nice.
And they're all trying to pull the weapons out of these thingies' hands.
Okay, so they are having to deal with 4 a pop for grappling. That was at 9.
9.
So we don't have anybody on 8. They are acting on 7.
So is somebody else.
So at this point, oh no, wait, sorry. Abby should have been acting as well. Or no, 9s. Fine. So Davy and Abby.
Let's go.
I am going to do light generation laser beam.
Okay, you're gonna laser them.
Yes,
What is your fighting?
I think.
Gonna give you-
IN 40.
Would you like to make a roll to try and make 2 actions?
Yes.
Okay.
She's
If
gonna give him
I
LASIK eye surgery.
and then
Okay, you got a green feat. That is enough for 2 actions.
okay. And light generation is also IN 40.
Well, you're going to be rolling your agility to fire the laser beams. They are agility based. The power rank,
Oh, okay.
however, for your is how much damage you'll do.
Damage.
I see. Okay. So
It's the intensity, man.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Ouch. So that
Okay.
was a bullseye with 1.
And
Oing,
again.
oing, oing, oing,
Again.
oing.
Okay.
And miss.
Second one
with
miss.
the-
So the one that
White.
the one that hasn't really been hit is fine. He's having to deal with 4 guys trying to grapple with him. The other one, he ends up slumping back and kind of bumping the door to the lab and hits the ground.
Good job.
Woo! I finished him off.
Davey,
Yes, I have a fighting of excellent. Can I roll?
no, you cannot, unfortunately.
All
Not high
right.
enough. You can only do the 1.
Okay. So
Wait
where...
a minute. You have a. What do you have for? You have what? Weapon specialization, correct?
Yeah.
And that puts you. That's what, 1 column shift up.
2 column shifts with a single weapon.
So with bow.
Yeah.
So then, go ahead and make your roll at an IN 40, so you can attempt it with the bow only.
All right.
Yeah.
Ovodio bow.
All right.
Okay.
Ooh.
You also have 2 shots that you can take.
Okay. First shot.
I would
The other,
like to take 2 shots, Senor. Shoo shoo.
The big guy. The
one that's still up?
obliterator. Yeah, the obliterator that's still up.
Okay.
Let's roll it.
What are you hitting him with?
My mental
Psionic arrow.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's see if it does anything. I mean, hopefully there's somebody inside. So this would be UN because of the column shift.
Based on your agility.
It's
yeah.
based on your agility.
Perfect.
So what's your agility?
Agility is equal to incredible.
So you're firing at an incredible.
Incredible. Okay.
Incredible.
So it doesn't go up because of the weapons.
But yeah, for your weapons, yeah, for shooting purposes it would.
Hey, Lightbringer put on her super mask.
Nice.
So if you have an agility of 40, it's up 2, so that would be AM 50, MN 75.
AM.
Yeah.
All right.
Get him.
And
Oh, AM. No, MN.
MN.
oh,
2
MN.
column shifts. Dos.
roll. MN.
Don't capitalize roll.
Capitalized.
Daggone capitals. Wow.
Can we keep the lesser one that he rolled first?
Perfect. Okay.
He rolled that
Do
one
you-
as an
do
AM.
you have a reroll?
I do have a reroll.
Would you like to reroll?
I will reroll.
Okay.
All right. That's much
So
better.
reroll for your first shot. That is
Yep.
that is a
That's
hit.
green. Yep.
Go ahead and roll for your second shot. What are you doing with the second one?
Where is
Are you gonna-
Lieutenant Kitchens?
Ducking behind the computer.
Oh. Wait, I can still attack him, right?
Yeah, you can still attack him.
Heck yeah.
It's psionic energy.
Good night,
Oh.
Lieutenant Kitchens.
Get him
That's
like a
why
curtains.
it's redeemed.
It's curtains for you.
You've got another reroll,
We're putting
Thank
some
you.
curtains in this kitchen.
Shelly.
Wow, he survived.
All right, so
Holy.
you fire at the first one, at the guy in the armor who hasn't been hit at all, and you end up striking. So, what is your power rank? And say this out loud. What is your power rank
Yeah.
for the psionic arrow, or your psionic mental
mind blast IN 40.
Yep. So IN 40. So you fire and it passes straight through the armor, and you see the armor like shake, and then he just goes falls over.
Yes, that's awesome. I didn't do it.
Nice.
Ah, fantastic.
And you fire on the desk, and you send a coffee mug that says "World's Best Security Officer," like flying up into the air and shattering a bunch of pieces.
Perfect.
Better send that back.
That's my turn.
That is your turn. Okay, so we are there are, well at this point the only thing that the NPC is able to do with the other two guys down is just send out a general alert in this vicinity and stay ducked. So we are at George.
Okay, I'm going to my suit's fully up. I'm going to is he in the process of doing this security thing or has he already done it?
He's already done it.
He's already done it? Dang. Okay. Can I go and just like kind of conk him out?
Physically grab him and bash his head into the desk?
I'm debating whether or not we want to like either just keep moving now that the two hostiles are. Maybe we should just keep moving.
We have the doctor's biometric information, so we don't need his. Knock him out.
Okay. Well, yeah, I just wasn't sure if we wanted to leave this guy awake to do stuff. But yeah, I'll just go over and I'll fly over, just give him a Austin Powers judo chop to knock
Judo
him out.
chop. Okay. Roll for fighting.
Okay.
Are you attempting to take more than one action?
I may as well because I could also roll terribly. So
Okay.
Oh, I have a question.
Okay. Rolled and I got a yellow feet.
You got a yellow feat. You have monstrous, so you can take 3 actions.
Okay.
Ooh,
Yeah. So yeah, judo chop. Just
Okay, so judo chop. Roll for it. Roll fighting.
roll fighting again. Okay.
Yep. Do you have martial arts B?
No,
Okay.
I have Taibo tapes 1, 2, and 3.
Gotcha. So you're just at an MN75.
Okay.
But you have an interesting library at least. Oh, goodness. Okay.
Did I get him?
He done been chopped.
I think you might need to spend 50 karma to. not kill
no,
him.
no. Thankfully, it's a blunt attack.
Okay.
So
I was-
what's your
I was
tell
go ahead.
everybody your strength.
I wasn't trying to kill him.
Right.
I was with the intent to like give him just like a light
Right.
tap.
Okay, Mr. Inexperienced, tell everybody your strength.
Been there, done that. Killed him.
It's just UN 100.
Wow.
Yeah.
So, half strength judo chop, even if he was doing that. So he's like, ha ha! And got like with the step, and you're probably a little eager because these are the people who have oppressed your family, your people. You know, so you put a little too much mustard into it. So he turns around and he's like, ha! Gives this chop to the back of to his neck area. You hear a snap, and he sends him through the desk.
Oh no!
Just like,
no!
But I didn't want to kill anybody. Like I don't have that option.
No.
You do,
Like, but well, I just wanted to knock him out.
right? But-
What could
Remember, this is also your first day,
I mean? Yeah, but like I
and you have the upward capability of benching 100 tons.
well yeah, but I figured with like a red feet and stuff that would mean I'd have like the control over it to
Now,
just
red,
like
red feet means you got a really, really good hit. If
Yeah.
this had been edged or energy, it would have been an automatic kill shot.
So is he dead or he's just messed up?
Is
and
everybody
unconscious?
going to stop and check his vitals? You have more
Yes.
actions at this point, Pulsar.
Yes.
yeah, I'm
He
gonna
would be-
check to
Oh.
make sure he's because I didn't mean to hit him.
Do you
that
have
hard.
any medicine?
Is he a plant?
No.
Then
What great question.
No, I have.
He did eat some recently.
Oh, okay.
he has been recently converted into a vegetable, though.
Yeah.
Yeah, and nothing
Officer,
like that.
I am
Man,
a meat
what
popsicle.
like, oh man.
Okay, so you have no medicine. Go ahead and give me a reason check.
This was like I'm just not sure what I like. As my intent was not to kill him. Like
Now,
but
I totally understand, and Shelly has had some of the same problems.
Yes.
She got a
Just-
little too zappy with it.
96.
I barbecued
Oh,
quite a few.
okay. Yeah.
Double feet.
So
He's gonna
as
be
soon
stuck
as
into a
soon as
straw for
you
the
saw
rest of his
that
life.
you hit him with probably too much impact, you got, oh crap, because you saw the impact and you quickly leaned down real quick. He is breathing, but it does look like he's got a broken neck.
I don't feel good about that, but I'll be like, he's breathing. Shall we?
He's going to be.
We need to
breathing-
go.
He's going to be eating through a straw for the rest of his life.
In the future, what would I need to do in order to make sure that that I'm not, because my character is not a murderer. He's not going
Right.
out trying to cripple people.
It's a matter of indicating what intensity level you're using with the weapon.
Well, I said I was just trying to knock him out.
Okay.
You indicate the actual number instead of like a
Right.
vague.
Well, no. I understand you're saying you want to knock him out. That does not define what it is ultimately what you're trying to do, because you don't know what your punches are going to do to a normal person. You don't know if you can just flick them, or if you have to kind of wind up with a punch, or if you have to because again, when you physically use your strength, your character as of this point, you've really only gone up against guys that can take it.
Yeah, it's
Or
more just
large
like
robots.
Okay.
So in theory,
it's a
just
learning
with this,
experience. Don't sweat it. It's just that sometimes that's how that goes. Like I said, Shelley has had some of the same problems.
Okay.
It is an
So
in-character
would this
thing
be-
for characters who are inexperienced.
Okay, because
so would this
I
be
was
an accurate description. So with him being unearthly, he rolled an 86. If he would have said, "I want to hit him at 25% of my power,"
Or something
it
like
would
that,
be
yeah.
20 or something like that, and or 1/4 my power, it would be, what would that be, like 22? So you would look on the unearthly column, it would be a 22, which would be a green, and if you look at the blunt attacks up there, it would be just a hit. And
No, that's not how that
No?
works. Like the
No?
strike itself is still the strike. It's the intensity. Just like I keep pointing out to the
Okay.
powers. The intensity of the power is what's
So-
important. So if you have telepathy of IN40, you're not rolling that to connect to somebody. That's your range. If you have a strength of UN 100, that's not how your grip strength per se. That's your bench press. That's your your. So when you punch,
Right.
that's what you're ultimately doing it for a punch. That's why when Hulk swings, Hulk knocks people through buildings.
Yeah.
That
Okay.
sort of thing.
We've been in like 3 fights, so I'm like, I still just don't get it, but I'll try
Wait,
to.
so
No, but
We don't
that's
have
what I'm
an-
saying is I'm treating it in character. That's
Yeah.
your character
So-
literally would not know, which is fine.
Right.
So don't worry about the OOC side of it. It's going to happen sometimes. You have not had this combat experience. You've even played that. That's perfect. That's fine. That's completely in character. You didn't kill him. And that's the whole point behind this. It's much like Spider-Man when he first got his powers and drilled somebody for, a massive punch and left him in a mess. He's like, oh crap. Because he didn't realize he can bench press 10 tons and what that would do to a person if you swung on him with full force.
Yeah.
So, mechanically, is there a way that we can call pulling punches?
Yeah, you just say you're pulling your punch.
Okay.
Obviously, that's going to differ depending upon the power rank, but yeah.
Right. Okay.
Okay. So he's alive. And we've
Yes,
gotten
yes.
All right. So we're headed out.
Can I cloak us?
Sure, you could go back to cloaking. Give me
Do
Do
a
we want to be cloaked?
give me a psyche check.
Yeah,
While
go
I'm-
for it.
While I'm over here, I'm gonna grab one of the rifles out of the guy's hands, and because
Good
I
idea.
figured, the tech people probably are gonna want a couple of these.
That's a white.
Oh,
I'm gonna.
would you
reroll.
like me to put a blockade up to slow any
Yellow.
pursuers?
okay. Yeah, so Lightbringer, obviously you're a bit frazzled. Everything's kind of going sideways real quick and you got to run. But you refocus your mind, get everybody back invisible, under the cover of Invisible.
Xion, that is a great idea.
Pulsar picks up a big Herkin gun.
I go ahead and once, I guess initiative can be taken frivolously now at this point. I'm just going to and just a thick block of ice encasing the hallway to slow people down.
Right
and
behind
push
you?
it. Yeah.
Okay.
Once Pulsar comes on the other side of it.
Right.
Give
Like
me
I probably start to
give me an endurance check just to, because it's a strain, but you've got a really good endurance. So
right. Exclamation point. Green.
no problem. So you take a moment real quick and taking the ambient moisture out of the air and icing everything over to be cold, and this big thick brick of ice separating you from the hallway you guys just came from. And
Kamari starts to shiver because she's like in a tank top and shorts.
I can give you my civilian clothes. But,
so you're gonna stop and undress?
I mean, I could do it while I'm flying. Like,
Let's
Let's just keep going.
Let's just
She's fine.
run.
Yep.
That'll warm me up.
Yeah.
All right, so you guys
I can give her my clothes when I'm done because it
So-
really doesn't matter if I'm naked
Yeah.
or not.
all
There you
right,
go.
so are you guys getting out the way you came, and are you breaking down doors to get there? Because remember, you've got that security door to get through if you're going to go that way.
Yeah. We might as well just do that. Because it seems like that'd be fastest. And we're already
Yeah.
going loud.
Okay.
We can recloak if we need to.
Sure.
are there not windows so we could like punch a hole in the side of the building and just fly through?
Nope, the only
'Cause-
window was that you guys had saw was in Dr. Rostenkowski's office.
Okay. Because like, we're gonna have a lot of enemies to run through.
So, who here wants to act like the tank and break down the door?
Me.
Pulsar.
Okay.
Oh, you know what?
well,
Pulsar.
Hyperion.
Pulsar could.
I mean, while I
And
get
he's
to
got that strength.
And Hyperion has a bunch of hard light copies that he can just send to like rain
Oh,
blows
yeah.
on the door to see if that would be enough to force it open.
I
good
can
idea.
create a block of ice that would slide very easily, and we can use that as a battering ram if necessary.
Let's see what we can do.
So what's the okay? Am I just flying? Am I going to try to bust through flying or?
Yeah, if that's
Okay.
what you're going to do, or you
Yeah.
can let Hyperion's minions try to do it.
I can try to. I'm gonna try to bust through it like as hard as I can to see if I can like knock some stuff off the hinges. If there's anybody on the other side, good luck.
These little short
okay.
yellow characters. with
Obviously,
glasses
the
and-
door cannot dodge.
Mhm.
So, Pulsar, go ahead and roll your endurance.
Okay.
This is a move through attack.
I'll be right back.
Sure.
I'll be left front.
Yellow feet.
Oof. So the door really doesn't stop Pulsar. It was, it was noise really at that point. Like Pulsar started gunning it, getting up to starting to get to fast moving speed, and just breaks straight through it. Door comes flying off its hinges. Of course, there's a big alarm in the storage area. Xenofreeze and Hyperion, roll your psyche.
Psyche. What is my psyche? Ooh. Yeah.
Yellow feet.
White.
Woohoo! Okay. All right. So as you guys come barreling out of this area, and of course, a door comes flying open. You guys end up seeing Xenofreeze like hit the ground in a puddle of nanobite goo. It's like, and it like twitching. He sort of has his physical form, but is gooish. It's very, very problematic for him to keep the form, and he's just freaking out like somebody who would have been stuck with something electrical based. And in like a half second right after that, you see Hyperion drop down and start doing the same thing.
Like an anti-technology field or something.
Lightbringer, give me a psyche check.
Also, I grab Hyperion and I try to scoop up Exion.
Yeah, does anybody have
A mop.
Moth.
She's
We have
going to
a
use
quantum
the
bucket.
shirt she came in with.
We'll use the bucket that from his spaceship.
Oh no.
Give me the busket.
yellow?
I could put him in my quantum compartment thing.
Okay, so you were able to keep up the invisibility. Obviously, Hyperion and Xenofreeze are on the ground. They're actually not invisible at this point, but they're the only ones not invisible.
Can
And you end up seeing a group of individuals come down in like dark gray and tan outfits.
There are about 5 or 6 of them.
There's 5 of them, yes.
They look to be about a super team.
They
Oh,
are
no.
they are dressed appropriately to be a super team, yes.
Okay. Guys, I think
where are we at this point?
You guys
We're in
are
the warehouse.
right in the middle of the warehouse. Now you can keep going and leave Xenofreeze and Hyperion, or you can turn around and stand your ground. Castle doctrine.
Yeah.
I think we should bust out the roof.
Senia looks a lot like Florida, guys.
What's the roof like made of?
If I was to put Xenofreeze in my quantum compartment, would that kill him? Because he doesn't really have to breathe.
That is a great question, and I'm curious to see if anybody's going to try that.
Well, I would like to try it.
Okay.
Actually, who has the higher? Maybe Lightbringer should do it. What do I have to do? Is it reason or
keep in mind? No, it's not reason. Keep in mind, you guys are in the middle of combat or a
like
team situation.
Yeah.
You don't
well,
have time to.
Sean's-
you don't-
Sean's gonna
hold
try
on
to
a
scoop it
second.
further.
Let me talk. You don't have opportunities to just quickly banter back and forth and determine what it is you're going to do. You got to have to keep it, pace wise,
Just do
keep
it.
it going. So
Right.
either
Just
you're
do it.
going to do it or you're not.
she's gonna do it?
Okay, so you are running over real quick toward, of course you're invisible, to put Xenofreeze in the quantum space. All right. Well, I can tell you that he disappears. And then as the 5 people, they're like looking around, it's like, what the heck? And then one guy goes over and says, Wraith Code, up the intensity.
Raincoat?
Raincoat.
Did he say Wraith Code?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Wraith coat?
Thank you
Or
for
Wraith
actually
Code?
hearing that.
I heard
Yeah.
raincoat.
Raincoat.
I heard Wraith.
That's going to be a
Wraith-
villain at this point. Raincoat.
Raincoat.
Just for that.
I heard raincoat. I was thinking, well, they're Senia, so
Well,
All right,
I was
so-
thinking they make it rain and then they can see like where the rain is not falling, so they would be able to find
Oh
us.
yeah, like Daredevil starring Ben Affleck.
Yeah.
It had a great soundtrack. Come on.
The
So
director's cut's not bad.
when that happens and showing you're turning around to, I guess you guys are going to try and go out the roof or whatnot. You guys all hear snapping and cracking sounds, and anything that was in your quantum space comes falling out.
Anything that was in your what?
Quantum.
Quantum
space.
space.
Oh.
Yes.
Uh-oh.
seriously,
So-
all of it.
Also, Xenofreeze comes back out,
Okay, well
and
there
he's
is
still
an ex-
twitching.
There's
So
an
there,
expensive evening gown on top of him. There's a box of Krispy Kremes. A lot of expensive jewelry that she's typed.
When that person called out to Wraith Code, like, did I see somebody like doing something? Like, was there somebody like very obviously like hands up doing this?
Not quite like that, but yeah, it was clear that he was the person he was communicating with.
Okay,
it looks like
doing jazz hands.
All their uniforms look military to some extent, superhero military, sort of look. But the one that was called Wraith Code that you spotted, he has a backpack that looks like it has maybe some sort of like a short antenna sort of look to it.
If they haven't noticed that we're invisible, I'm gonna fly over to that person and I'm gonna just I'm gonna punch their backpack with enough force to destroy anything that's in it, but not to kill the person who is within.
So you're gonna try and pull your punch. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah, because you can't specify like that. Well, I'm gonna try and do this, but it's just pull your punch, which is fine.
Or I guess what I could do is I could just try to grab their backpack, just go like just crunch it.
You could certainly do that too.
Okay.
That would be a grappling action. So at this point, we need initiative again.
Grapple.
Are we still invisible?
You are.
Do these people, are they wearing slave collars?
They are not.
Okay.
Hyperion and I are on zeros.
Yeah.
Yes,
Probably.
that is correct.
Yeah.
And in
How do we roll initiative again?
initiative,
Just roll.
It's
roll for it.
exclamation point, roll, the number
That's really
4,
fancy looking. I like that.
INIT. Yeah,
Roll for in
okay.
it. And I don't have a plus.
roll
So I'll
for
just check this.
in it. Yeah.
I got an 8.
Oh,
Okay, so maybe
Really?
8.
All right.
Out.
What?
Oh my
Haha.
God.
All right.
Oh my gosh.
Since I have a weight,
Brittany got a
I'm
4.
gonna
Wow.
run back to the
I
rest.
rolled a 1.
I'll be right back, guys.
Okay.
I rolled a 1
Three
too.
3 people rolled a 1.
Abby, you but your your intuition gives you a +3, so you're also on a 4.
Oh, so
Or
I'm
was it-
4 as well. Okay,
Was it a
sorry.
3 or?
I'm at 10.
At
Hey, you
40.
said it.
Sorry, it's
Okay.
you get a +2, I think is what it was. So Abby, you're at 6.
Oh, okay.
I'm at 6.
And Shelly, you're at 5.
Yes.
No, 10.
Because she actually has a
10.
+5 for her
Mhm.
bonus.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay.
My.
Make sure you add your bonuses.
Yeah, you can do roll for in it +5.
Yeah.
Okay, so we got 8,
She's got-
4, 6, 10, and they are on what? Okay.
1s.
All right, Shelly, you are acting at the same time as the NPCs.
Uh-oh.
What you doing?
Roll for more
Because
actions.
you are almost next to Xenofreeze, and despite the fact you're invisible, they just saw a bunch of stuff spontaneously just dump out at your feet. So they know someone's there.
I want to put him back in my watch.
Okay, well, you attempt to do that, and it doesn't work. That was your action. So they, at this point, let me take a look and see where they are at.
Did he destroy my watch?
Yeah, he forced
Maybe.
it to fail. Didn't destroy it.
All right.
I'll be right back.
Go ahead. So you end up seeing that guy who shouted at Wraith Code. He says, "Stratus, drop invisibility. 2 can play at this game." As you end up seeing him kind of do like one of these numbers, and wind starts kicking up in the area, and you see that they kind of blur out ninja wise, like you would see like all of a sudden wind and let's see, they can't determine who is who, but they can attack. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So 2. Okay, so Lightbringer, the guy who's been issuing out commands, you see him blur in place with like this rapidity to his speed, and he's running over to punch you.
Does my danger sense come into play?
If I remember correctly, your danger sense bumps
It says
up your intuition
40
or
seconds
agility.
advance warning.
Right. But for mechanics wise, if I remember correctly, it bumps up your agility or intuition, I think is what it was.
I
Let
don't
me,
remember.
get that pulled up.
It did that. It did that when I first bought it. It
Right.
bumped up my.
Danger sense. Wow, went all the way to the end. Okay, back up. There we go. And did you choose the one that's always working? Or
I don't
has to be turned
remember.
on or off?
Oh yeah, I think I have always working.
Okay. So what it would do is it's going to replace lower ranked abilities. So for example, if your agility is lower, you would use danger sense to dodge. Or if it's greater than your fighting, you would use that for blocking.
Okay.
And it even says you can use it to replace intuition for determining surprise, or strength for escaping, which is kind of interesting. I didn't know that.
Huh.
So what are you doing? And that will determine if it how it's going to work for you. Are you attempting to block? Are you attempting to dodge? What's your danger sense what's your danger sense power rank?
40.
So really what it's going to do then is oh, you know what, those would actually, that in this sense would combine give you a power rank shift to fighting or agility or strength or whatever you're
Ooh.
attempting to do,
Um.
but only for defensive, obviously.
Can I defend by offending?
If you want, meaning if you want to dodge him but curse, absolutely.
No, can I react by just blasting him?
So that would be not dodging or moving at all, and just attempting
Is that a thing?
Kind of.
Okay, I'll go ahead and dodge.
What ultimately it means is that he's free to pretty much pound you because you're not really going anywhere.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna
So
dodge.
so you were attempting to move. So go ahead and roll your agility then. Add a column shift for your danger sense.
Okay. Green.
Okay, so you were attempting to dodge. That gives you 2 column shift for him to hit you, making it a little bit harder. Okay. Swing and a miss, and you also realize that he has quickness of attacks because of that. Swing and a hit. Ooh, swing and a hit. Okay. You did good with the first one, but you just weren't expecting him to be that fast. So he flew in there and said, whiff the first one, and then bump it. Which is a total of 30 points a pop, minus anything that you've got for protection, obviously. He is...
That's a physical?
Yes, he is physically punching you.
Okay, so minus 10 from my uniform.
So that's going to be minus 10 times 2, because there are 2 individual attacks. So
that's 20 and 20.
Yep, 20 and 20. So you would take 30, 30 minus 20. So 60 minus 20 is 40.
Okay.
All right. So we've already got a guy taking everybody and making them hard to see. And we're going to be wrapping up here in just a second. I want to get through this combat round. Where are my guys? I'm losing my notes. Man, I hate to have stuff spread out like this. Okay, here we go. So another one. So we've got one guy. So one guy has frazzled. That's Wraith Code. Stratus is made invisible. Iron Storm has leaped in and blitzed poor Lightbringer. Crimson Warden is jumping in to take on Red Arsenal. And yes, it's obvious they can see you guys now. Maybe not individually, but they can see the shapes. That is going to give him 2 actions. So Red Arsenal, I take it you're going to try to be defensive?
Yes. Yes,
Roll
please.
your agility.
All right.
Let's see what sort of problems you give him by your movements.
You have
And
acrobatics, right?
Acrobatics.
Yeah, that's going to bump it up by a column shift.
I always forget about acrobatics. What is the name of the super jerk?
Oh, I have
Incredible.
acrobatics.
This
Dang
guy's
it.
warden.
Amazing.
Warden?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, warden.
Crimson Warden.
Crimson Warden. There we go. Yeah, it's
Dang it,
Crimson.
I have acrobatics too.
Nice.
So what'd you get?
Oh well.
White feet. I rolled a 2.
Oof. Okay, so he caught you flat-footed,
You roll.
like in
Yep.
D&D. All right, so he comes out. He's got these what appear to be like crimson batons,
Okay.
and
All right.
and so you're like, okay, well he can't see me, and you're like you were about to sidestep, just not so much to dodge, but like you wanted to line up a good shot, and he moved probably a little bit better than you anticipated, and just bam, bam, cracked you twice, like right in the skull.
Nice.
Give me an endurance check for both of those.
All right. Endurance is incredible. Yellow.
Good. So you were good there on the first one.
Green.
Okay. So you were stunned for 1 round. So you'd be stunned because you just got a little dizzy.
Little dizzy. All right.
So you're a little off kilter. You can't act next for this particular round. You'll be able to act next round. And last person. That would be Grendel. So you see this guy hunch over almost animalistic wise, pop claws, and he leaps out at Shone. You see he has like sharp teeth, metal looking claws. He is attempting to slash at Shone. Okay. Are you attempting to dodge? Kind of keep moving. Okay, roll your agility.
Now I have acrobatics, and I am going to use it.
Okay, so
So,
you're rolling at a shift X.
what's above unearthly?
Shift X.
Shift
So
X.
exclamation
Shift X,
point,
okay.
roll, capital S, capital X.
Capital X, capital X. Okay.
What happened with the backpack thing?
It got destroyed, right?
No,
I
capital
did something
S,
wrong.
capital X.
Oh. Yellow.
Okay, so at a yellow. So George, what was your initiative, anyways?
Oh, 1. I rolled terribly.
That's what happened to the backpack thing.
Gotcha.
He hasn't been able to act yet.
Okay.
All
I
right,
was
so
like, oh,
so you got a
I
yellow
missed
result.
the end of that.
All right. So that's -4 column shifts to his ability to attack. That is pretty darn good. Okay. Stick and move. Stick and move. That is a miss. Swinging again. That hurts. And ooh, he actually caught you twice. That was luck. All right, so okay, I need you to roll 2 endurance checks real quick. Thankfully, the damage isn't with weapons like this. They're not super bad. I'm super bad. It's the effects that come with it that can be kind of a pain in the butt. So, Shelly, do you roll your endurance? You done unmute yourself?
God, this thing, it's a pain in the butt because I got to switch back and forth between screens because I have to keep myself muted. First was white, second screen.
Oh, okay. First one was white?
Yep.
Oh, okay.
Oh, wait a second. She's supposed to be rolling her endurance?
Yes.
Your endurance. It's not incredible, right?
Okay. All right. So, wow, this was worse than I thought. Okay, so damage-wise, you only took 20 a pop. Those actually go through whatever armor that you might have. So it's 40 total. Again, not a whole lot because you've still got plenty. However, the first hit, as he leaps in, goes and catches you right here. So 2 blades go right through your chest and like trachea area, immediately filling your mouth for blood. You immediately lose, where you're suffering endurance loss at this point as you collapse or starting to collapse. The second one actually drops your endurance by a column. So from here on out for this particular combat, you are currently dying, and you need to make an endurance check to stay alive. And you're muted.
You're muted. You're muted.
I like how he says, "Oh, this is not that bad," but hey, you're dying.
Well, and see that's the thing. You can still have health points left, but depending upon the type of status attack that hits.
Okay,
I did not expect you to roll that poorly for the first one because that wasn't nearly as bad. You ended up
You
getting
need to
a white
land on
result.
your brother.
Yep. So you stumble over your over Xenofreeze. So that was
Okay, so
that was their actions.
It's 20 points of damage.
20 points of damage times
And-
2.
Times 2, okay.
Mhm.
Times 2. And it docks my endurance down 1.
1 column shift, and you are dying.
Yeah.
So you have to. So basically, whatever your endurance is right now, it says a 40, so it's a 30 currently. And so when it comes back around for you to try and hold on, you're going to be rolling at a 30.
Okay.
Okay, so that was 10. Davey.
I am stunted.
Oh, that's right. Abby.
Wait, is this the second round?
No.
This is still the first round. We haven't
Oh,
finished
gosh.
it yet.
Okay.
I want to try using my pheromones to like say we're not a threat. Possibly.
I believe you
Is
can
that something I can do?
I think you can. Let me take a look real quick.
Because I wrote a note that says pheromones to control people, or maybe I should focus on one to control and fight with the other, fight with us instead of against us.
How do I spell pheromones again?
PHER.
PHEROM.
There we go. Pheromones. So, this is an aerosol version of hypnotic control. The hero's body can create and emit chemicals capable of altering a target's behavior. These chemicals vaporize instantly upon contact with the air and received by the target's nose. Complexity depends upon the type of commands that are given. They're all in the immediate vicinity, so this could potentially work on all of them. Power affected. If they don't smell, however, doesn't work. If they are upwind, behind a force field, have their own air supply, don't breathe, or don't have a sense of smell. Whoop. So, okay, you can go ahead and give it a shot. Basically, it's a type of hypnotic control. So you are going to drop that down and give me a psyche check.
Psyche. Okay.
What's your psyche?
30? RM 30?
30.
This is Dale suggesting that you guys burn some karma.
Yeah, bingo. Because if you can do that and one-shot this entire team, that would be great.
That would be great.
So this might be worth spending
All of it.
like 94 karma to ensure she gets a red. Because we
Wow.
currently have still 200 left, and we're
Can
about to end
she-
the episode. So
Can
Let's do
she
it.
take down the whole warehouse with that?
I mean,
It's
at
wi-
least these guys.
It's within like a 20-foot radius.
Oh, okay.
So,
So are
it's-
we good with
It's
it?
good for the
Yeah.
team, but not like the
Do
other
it.
people that are here.
Okay, so go for it. So you're gonna roll. So it's exclamation roll, capital R, capital M plus 94.
Uh-oh, here we go. Baby half-sister. Is she going to come in
Let's
clutch?
go.
Kablam.
Coming in clutch.
Let's see,
Oh!
147.
Yeah, a bit. So what is your command? Remember,
You know that obnoxiously smelly woman that walks past you in the store, like she's wearing so much perfume that you swear that she's just like it's just like she's holding the button down and it's just fumigating the whole area around her.
Right.
That's Komori right now.
Morning right now.
So keep in mind, if you keep the command simple, it's easier to control them.
I go.
Retreat.
Kneel before Zod.
Make it easy. Something that makes them stop fighting.
Help us escape. Would that be too complicated?
Probably.
Remember, you guys do not have time to hash it out.
Yeah.
It's all up to her and how she wants to word
I
it.
know. I'm thinking.
Yep.
Sorry.
No, I get it.
It's like dominate.
Yeah,
That's what I'm looking at it as, really.
yep. More of a catch-all dominate.
Right.
They
We
have
are
pheromone.
not a threat.
You could just tell him to sleep.
Stay or rest. Like go to sleep.
So you're going to tell them to go to sleep.
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look.
You go night night.
Sleep.
Go to sleep, Teletubbies. Go to sleep.
Okay, all your rolls fail because of that.
No.
Ah!
All right.
For invoking Teletubbies.
Yes, we're invoking Teletubbies. Big hug.
At least it wasn't Barney.
Yeah.
Okay, so at this point, like this pheromone, basically like this scent starts filling the air, and circulating around, and they're mostly invisible at this point. Coming to the end of the round, and you just start to hear, collapsing nearby you. So that was your action. George is in the rear with the gear. What is Pulsar going to do?
I mean, the fight is over essentially, right? Can we see them?
Actually, you can see them. Yes.
Okay, so
I
they're
don't
all.
think I went.
Oh, actually, there was a bunch.
Brittany's. Sorry, Brittany had 4.
I'll go back to my cave.
Oh,
Oh,
Oh, stop.
I'm dying. I'm dying.
It's the shame cave for roll.
Yeah, at this point, Komori came in clutch and gave you guys an opening. If you stop and analyze this,
Are they-
anything beyond trying to figure out if they're alive, if they're asleep, if you can see them, if you look around it, you're giving everybody time to attack.
can we
Or-
see them?
Yes, I've already indicated you can see them.
Okay. The stuff that fell out of our watches.
What about it?
I had a Russian slave collar in there.
Okay.
I would like to put it on the guy that attacked me
Okay.
oh, she's taking prizes.
and turn it on.
Okay. So. All right.
Ixion has changed a nice shade of crimson by now.
Okay. So you did that.
Do I get? I mean, I only took one action. Do I? Because I didn't.
You're not
think to
fighting.
roll.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So that's it.
Okay. So you took your action to slap the cuff on him. So back to Pulsar.
Okay. Go.
If the fight seems to be over, I'm gonna grab.
Well, the fight definitely is not over. The fight
Oh.
has reached a point of pause where retreat is probably a good idea right now because Hyperion and Xenofreeze are still freaking out. Shone is bleeding out.
Yeah, well, but that's what I'm gonna, because I assume that we want to get out of here before this wears off. I was
Right.
gonna
Yes.
grab Hyperion and Shone and get them away.
Okay.
Because
Scoop them up and fly into the air.
I'm gonna try to. I don't know what direction we're going in, but I'm gonna secure them so that way when we go, I'm rocketing out with
Then
them.
turn yourself into a battering ram and hit the door.
Yes.
Okay. So why don't you go ahead and roll your endurance again?
I'm gonna use my reroll.
Okay. Okay. Cool. Woo.
Do we have any? Or can I spend my personal karma?
If you want to.
You can, yeah.
Okay.
George, what's your strength?
My strength is
Under
UN 100.
Yeah. He would be better about.
I need you to grab more than 2 people.
He can't.
I've only
Xenofreeze
got
is
2
in.
hands.
Xenofreeze is in sort of a state of sludge.
Tell him to grab him.
Well, how am I going to get him? I've got like Hyperion is huge, Shone is little, but like when I got her under my chin, like who else do I need?
You're going to have to
I don't know.
scoop Ixion into that expensive
I can
evening
only-
gown
Remember, Komori can fly too.
and wrap him up like a satchel.
And one of them has to be the captive.
All right, I didn't hear any of that, but I'm gonna. Yeah, so I gotta re-roll the thing. But can I spend my personal karma
Yep.
on?
Dale just gave you another reroll, by the way.
Okay.
Kamari
cool.
can fly.
But yes, if you want to spend your own
Kamari
personal
can
karma, if
fly.
you have some, yep.
What's your strength?
My strength is RM30.
She
Okay,
can
that's better than me.
bench a ton.
Yeah, that'd be enough.
Oh, okay.
How much?
I
karma
would
do
probably grab Hyperion, to be honest, since he's my brother.
Too late. I already got dibs, old man. And all right, so how
She
much
does
karma
like
would-
Shion too, though. Shon.
Oh, I already
So-
called dibs on her. You got to get the goopy one.
Uh,
How much karma do I have to get at least like a yellow feet? I've got 470 to spend.
So what's your endurance at? That's because that's where you're
75.
Endurance 75.
75. So to get a yellow feet, you would need to spend at least 50.
All right, done.
Here we go.
Hold on
Good
to your
luck.
butts.
You'll need it.
Okay, plus 50. 140 red feet.
Woo!
Yeah.
So he flies right back out the storage bay like that, the door, and just rattling sounds of corrugated steel flying out the back as he just. Your strength is super dangerous, but at times can be fun.
Yeah.
As you just boom, just blast out of there and into the night sky. Okay, so that is the end of the round. That is where we're going to stop it for the night. Obviously,
we're so close though.
obviously, I know, Abby was here for us the game. I can NPC her next game as needed. So just remember where we left off. So Xenofreeze is still on the floor, needs assistance. Komori has stunned them with her precious scent. Lightbringer has apparently a package in tow. And Red Arsenal was coming out of his stun.
This couldn't have been any more stereotypical 2-part episode ending.
Yeah.
Like, seriously, it was like, they're gonna make it on next episode.
On the next episode.
Next time. So can Abby tell us what
It was
her
literally this roller coaster of like, it was like,
Yeah.
Hyperion, Ixion, no, but they're still alive. They can still make it. And then all of a sudden, Shion, and then Komori. And it's
Shone
like,
was quite upset about her evening gown and her expensive jewelry going on the floor.
I'll buy a new one.
Yeah,
Priorities.
yeah. Shone kind of leaked all over her outfits. So,
Yeah.
unfortunately.
she
So
leaked
can-
all
so
over
can
me,
Aunt-
too.
That was Versace. Oh.
So can Abby tell us what she's going to do since she's not going to be here
Sure.
for the next scene? So what are you going to do?
I guess she'll
Komori
try
gonna do?
and scoop up Ixion since, George
Well, he does have her
took
dress
the
next
clean
to
ones.
Well, I grabbed the heaviest one, and I grabbed the one who was bleeding to death because I
Right.
figured they were the priorities.
Yeah,
That's
in terms
fair.
of,
it's fine.
That's fair.
and I
I
also
can,
don't
I
know.
can grab.
This isn't
So
the first
she
time
has-
I've
so
been
she has
across
enough-
enemy lines in
She has
Guzan.
enough strength to grab Exion and Red Arsenal.
Well, Red
That would
Arsenal
be
will not be
awesome.
stunned next turn.
Yeah, Red
Well,
Ocean's
but he
coming
also
back.
can't fly. Can
I
he?
can make my way out.
Well,
I could carry whoever needs to be carried to fly out. Yeah, I think I can. I have RM30.
Well,
so
you know,
Jerome said a ton.
It'll depend. It'll depend on the rolls next.
Well,
next
yes,
time,
there's
so
there's
we'll
definitely
see.
that too. So,
Yeah. Well, I also
So
don't
at least
know.
we know what. At least we know what you're trying to do,
I
Right.
also just didn't know
and
how
we'll let you
strong she
know if
was.
you succeed.
I am crazy strong.
But yeah, but like my character doesn't.
Not
know
your
that.
crazy strong though.
Right.
Yeah, well, but if it's like he's looking at the heavy robot man, he's like, okay, could the bat person who have just met
I'm-
pick him up? Probably.
I'm also really short, like
Also,
5'3".
we don't know if you've been
My
drugged.
wings are huge though.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Well, yeah. I grabbed who I grabbed, and I'm out.
Who knows? Who knows if they've been feeding you?
Yeah. See you guys at the Whataburger.
Meet at Waterburger.
It's open 24 hours. It's the
All right.
I know. I
Sunny
wish
have-
I could
Wait,
be here next
Whataburger
week.
or
but we're
And it-
White
recording.
Castle?
And it probably wouldn't be
What a
no,
burger.
it would be Waffle House, and it's Waffle House is probably not uncommon to see somebody walking in bleeding.
If
Just
we
saying.
go to Waffle House, they'll just attack us there.
Senia would have a Waffle House, I bet.
yeah, but you would probably have the wait staff joining you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Unless
have-
they're loyal to Senya.
So
Okay.
what
I have a couple of questions
Well,
for notes.
We need to wrap game, so
Okay. Well,
and
we
we'll
need
deal
to
with
vote.
that afterwards. So so we'll do RP vote here real quick, and then of course the next game for this is going to be December the 7th, which will be the finale of season 4 at this point. Seeing how they wrap this up, are they able to get the good doctor, or did they go in and wreak havoc and come away with Komori? We'll find out. So
Save my mom.
starting from the top, Davey, RP vote.
Abby.
Right, Abby.
Yay, Abby.
Yay!
Okay, Brittany.
Oh gosh, I'm also going with Abby.
All right, Abby. Abby, vote.
I think Hyperion.
Okay, Hyperion. Dale.
I am going to go with actually Pulsar.
Okay, cool. Shelly.
Pulsar.
Okay. Derek.
Abby.
Yay! There we go. So Abby wins. Congrats. Make sure you mark down and send me a copy of your sheet, please. Make sure you mark down that you get 200 extra karma.
Okay, do I put that in my karma RIP or karma pool?
Karma RIP.
Okay, 200. Okay.
Oh yeah, I need to redo these sheets. Sorry, I kind of forgot about that.
So there we go. So we're going to go ahead and call it here. Thank you guys all for tuning in and watching us and the raid and everything. I know this game ran long, but I appreciate you all hanging out with us. So have a good one and have a good night.
Night.
Good night.